Hello, everyone. Oh wow, the transition was really fast there. Holy shit!
Well, yeah, it didn't show
Have you still
properly.
not fixed them yet?
Well, I
Oh,
fixed it.
no.
OBS was kind of weird. It works most of the time.
Forever scuffed. Forever scuffed.
Yeah.
So hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Critical Critique. Today, the Fury has returned. We have the Fury video. He exists. He is real.
We have it loaded in.
Yes, he's not members only to the video this time, right? So we can actually cover it. Now, I will point out a little interesting factoid. So when the video was first posted in our little chat, right? The title was "Why This One Tag Can Ruin Great Anime," right? That was the title. Now the title is "What is ecchi anime and should you avoid it?" So interesting.
Yeah.
Another interesting factoid is on Twitter. I believe the man confirmed my suspicions. He confirmed my suspicions that he got cooked. Yeah, he flat out just said that he got cooked. So
Ooh,
quite
Nretsew,
funny.
check the dislike ratio. I don't have that thing installed.
I can bring that up. Oh, it's not as bad. It's not as bad. It's 40 to 13, which is not terrible. So
oh, Nretsew, what's my dislike ratio on my video?
Oh fuck! I'm not gonna go bring that up just for that, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah,
so
I remember kinda. I have that video that says I don't like what is terrible writing advice.
Yeah, that guy.
And I believe I have like 150 downvotes and
it's fucking great.
15 up. So
you really pissed off people with that one.
on this small YouTube channel scale, that was the most massive dislike campaign ever.
But hey, you didn't take it down and redo the whole video
I stand
just because people cooked you.
I stand with those opinions.
You did not only did you stand by them, you doubled down.
Indeed, I did.
You made another one and you doubled down on it. So anyway, so this video, so you, as we were mentioning last week, you watched the first iteration of this video, and the whole time you were watching it, you're like, ooh, Nretsew
is going to love this.
Nretsew's gonna have a grand time, and you got me all hyped for it, and then I got cock blocked by him fucking members onlying the
I
video.
did say, I specifically said, I posted the video and I said, this video is amazing. This is totally the best ever. Nretsew, never watch this. Only with me.
Yeah, don't watch it. Don't watch it. You have to wait until the cast. And I was like, all right. Okay. My interest is piqued. You mentioned, and then it's just like, nah, I get fucking cock blocked, and I'm like, damn. But now there is no cock block. Now we're gonna go in. We're gonna go in. We're gonna we're gonna give this man a good fucking grilling if he's got some wrong opinions, because I have a sneaky suspicion he does. So.
Yeah, although you did like his free run and Gabrielle video.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I think I was the guy that introduced you to this guy, because I was recommended his video on I believe it was Frieren versus Gabrielle from the Lord of the Rings of Power, right?
Yeah.
And he was comparing and contrasting like the writing and how the shows were written and stuff. And I actually thought it was a very good video. I thought it was quite well done. I think he made some pretty good points in it. You were a bit more critical of it than I was, but I was quite positive on it. So I thought, now this guy's all right. He might be worth keeping an eye on. And then he's like, no, he's going to attack my favorite show of the season, Ellie, and I can't have that. I have to white knight, right? It's time to put my armor on. And I have to defend my lady, okay? I must defend the ladies. All right, well, I guess without any more delay and fucking around, let's switch on over. I'll wait for it to show up on my end because I have the stream open. Oh, I see the transition worked then. There you go. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, well, one last thing. Just gotta. There you go.
Conditioning the audience every time.
Yep, crack that open. Big sip. So, what is ecchi anime, and should you avoid it? Let's see what this man has to say.
Look, if you're into anime or want to give anime a shot, avoid this one tag if you don't want to have a bad time.
Off to a great fucking start. 6 seconds in. And I'm already fucking triggered. God damn it. Listen, okay. Let me make an actual salient point here, okay? If you don't like sexual content, right? This is a not bad advice, okay? Just don't watch the show. Just don't watch it. It's okay. You don't have to watch Mushoku Tensei if you don't want to deal with the sexy stuff. Now, Ellie, I know what you're going to say, right? You're going to say, oh, but Nretsew, people can watch things for different reasons. It's okay. People are able. People can watch things for different reasons. They're able to do that. Right. Listen. Okay? I can agree with that to some extent. However, if you are so fucking triggered by sexual content, right, that you're going to make a 17-minute fucking video about it, right? Going on about how originally that one tag ruins anime, right? Then maybe you should just not watch it. Maybe you should, because if the show can, like, because I was thinking about this, right? I was actually thinking about this. I was like pre-prepping this because I knew this kind of like point was going to kind of come up, right? I didn't think it was going to come up this early, but I knew that this was going to come up. And I was thinking about, right, I know Ellie's going to make this argument because you always do, right? How can I actually articulate a response to it, right? And my response to it is this, right? Let's say I love dogs, right? Like dogs are cool. They're man's best friend, right? I don't like dogs getting hurt in movies, right? Now, this isn't actually me. I don't actually care. But this is hypothetical, right? If I know that the show or the movie has the animal abuses in it, and I am absolutely gutturally repulsed by seeing animal get hurt, then I'm not going to sit there and watch, 15 minutes of the 30-minute show of the animal getting hurt just so that I can watch, like, the epic fight scene that I like. I'm not, you know what I mean, right? Like, I'm not going to sit there and now, you know, sit through something that I don't like just, you know, like, I could just go watch that fight scene on YouTube and not have to watch the animal abuse, right?
Yeah, but
you get what I'm saying, right? Like, you don't have to watch it, right? If you have that violently of a reaction to it, I don't think you should watch it. And I don't think the excuse of, oh, but people can watch things for different things, I don't think that's valid. I'm sorry, Ellie. I'll let you respond to that, because I am countering a point that you haven't made yet, but I have a sneaky suspicion you were going to. So, because you've made it like, what, 3 times before when we've talked about this, so I kind of wanted to cut it off at the pass, right?
Yeah, you want to win the internet debate.
Yeah, I want to get my dopamine from epically owning you with my facts and logic. All right, go ahead.
And
all right, I'll shut up. I'll shut up and let you go.
Yeah, no, it's just it's more of a what do you do with that, right? If the thing, this is more of a empathy-ish position of what would I do if I see a cool, super cool movie, but this thing that's kind of in the center of it really annoys me and prevents me from you know, watching the whole thing. Well, if you can just, you know, mediate that dog dying, or, you know, instead of the dog being violently ripped apart, it just gets punched and you don't know what happens to it specifically, but it's bad. I can tolerate a dog getting punched and no physical wounds are visible, but it just slides away from view, and that's oh no.
See, the problem with that is the kind of people that we're talking about are not like you and me, right? The kind of people that we're talking about, even that wouldn't be good enough, because they don't want that to exist in media at all, right?
Yeah, I know that's the
presumption, right? But that's the presumption, right? That's the thesis we're dealing with, right? Because normal people like you and me, when we encounter something that makes us uncomfortable in media, we have the capacity to be like, yeah, that was kind of uncomfortable, but anyway, right? We can deal with it, right? These now we're only 6 seconds in, right? So I'm gonna try not to be presumptuous, right? I'm gonna try not to be judgmental and try not to jump the gun, right? But a lot of people don't have that ability, and when they see something they don't like, their immediate reaction is censorship. They want it censored. This shouldn't exist. You're not allowed to have animal abuse in the movies because it makes me feel uncomfortable, Ellie, right?
Yeah.
This should not exist at all, right? We have to ban it. We have to get rid of it. We have to destroy it. All of that, right? So when I'm talking about these people should just not watch it, right? Those are the kind of people I'm talking about, specifically, right? People that are so violently reactive to that content that their immediate reaction is, this has to be destroyed.
Well,
right?
Nretsew, the thing
when you're at that point, it's like, what are you gonna do? Like, where do you even go with that, right? Like,
to go into the internet debate a little bit, is that with those people there is no argument to be had. If you want to have an argument about this, then you go to a more reasonable position which more people agree with. It's no point, railing against
which is why my advice is that they should just not watch it. That's my advice to them, because rather than having them go around and demanding censorship for everything because they're uncomfortable, just avoid the thing that you don't like. That's my advice, right? Just avoid the thing that you don't like. If that's your reaction to it, like that, and so that's why I get kind of triggered when you counter that with
reasonable.
Nretsew. No, yeah, because that's the thing. Because I'm not dealing with reasonable people like you, right? I'm dealing with people that are actually insane, right? So it's kind of annoying when it's like the response is, but Nretsew, you don't understand. People can watch things for different reasons. It's like, yes, I know that. I know that.
All right.
But
yeah,
those kind of people are not, like, it's like you said, they're not worth arguing with, right? And that's true. They're not worth arguing with, which is why the response isn't to argue with them. It's literally just to end the conversation with, legitimately, dude, I hate to break it to you, but maybe you shouldn't watch Mushoku Tensei, right? Maybe you shouldn't do that.
yeah.
Because I don't think you're gonna have a good time, even if you do enjoy the fantasy and all that other bullshit, right? I don't think you're gonna have a good time when Eris, like, forces herself on Rudy or something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you're gonna have a good time.
Let's just say that I won the debate this time, and we'll move on.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, my mushroom.
Well, we have a comment, so we'll deal with the comment and then we'll move on. So,
yes.
I could see if an anime was all filled with graphic sex scenes, but ecchi is normally just boobs. It's like watching the Three Stooges and treating it like it's a slapstick violence equivalent to gore. Yeah. See this fella here, good old mushroom, he gets it. He kind of gets what I'm saying, right? Like, with Mushoku Tensei, I think, Ellie, your argument is more valid with something like Mushoku Tensei. But gushing over magical gills, that is like, there is no ambiguity. Right? That is like, that is literally you jumped in the shark tank when you hate sharks, right? If you there's no way, especially with how they advertised that, right? With how they because I don't know if you've been keeping up with the advertising.
Not really. Well, I've seen the tweets, right? Oh no, I was the one that gave you the ASMR video.
Yeah. So for people that don't know, the most recent chapter of gushing, I like gushing over magical girls rather than looking up to magical girls. I think gushing kind of works better.
Good localization.
Gushing, like my localization. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, if you go on, like, I don't know, Manga Dex or whatever, it has like 3 different localized titles.
Yeah.
there's like 5 of them, but I like gushing because, I mean, the show's about, you know, gushing over magical girls, right? And the gushing implies like the ecchi element, right? So I kind of like gushing over looking up to, right? So, tangent aside, so the most recent chapter was about ASMR, right? They do like some ASMR stuff in the chapter. It was a really good chapter, actually, because it not only was quite funny with how the magical girls reacted to having ASMR blasted into their ears, but also it properly like illustrates like a lot of things about ASMR, like the fact that it doesn't affect everyone the same way, like, and the fact that some people are just completely unaffected by it. And there's some interesting like it's clear that the author actually did their research into it before they made that chapter, right? And as part of that, I think Katakawa themselves put out, they got the voice actor in the anime to make official ASMR for gushing over magical girls. Now, being the degenerate that I am, I have listened to it, and it is pretty good. It's maybe not the best ASMR I've listened to, but it is pretty good ASMR. It's
professional voice actor, at least.
Professional voice actor. They clearly like went in. It's quite funny because you get like the it starts with her in her normal form, kind of like being all like, this is kind of weird, and then it like transitions into her transformed form, and she's like doing the voice, and it's good. It's very good. But so to kind of, before we move on, right? If you didn't know that gushing over magical girls was going to be an ecchi, I'm sorry. I don't even know how someone could not know. I'm sure there's some people that didn't, but
well, yeah, of course, and of course, there's always the it can't be that like that, and
it can't be that bad.
It will be like Love Hina, you know, back in the day, Love Hina.
Oh yeah.
They were washed out bodies, Barbie dolls bodies, no secondary characteristics visible at all. Oh, oops!
Hell.
Oh no, that's not the case.
Oh man, But anyway, let's that's gonna be like the fastest we've gone into like a fucking 20-minute tangent or something.
It's all your fault, Nretsew. You passed
It's all
it.
my fault because I was like, I got triggered immediately. But anyway, let's continue. I'm gonna try and let him speak.
At least at the start. Let me explain why. In recent years, I got more into anime because I no longer found high-quality entertainment in Western media. While Hollywood is faffing around with identity politics, subverting exploitation, and other personal political agendas, I could enjoy a wide range of unique stories coming from the other end of the world. Anime has a lot to offer, and there's many different genres for everyone to find pretty much anything they want. Want an anime where a character is a vending machine? Boom, we got that. Want Harry Potter, but Harry Potter uses brawn instead of magic? There you go. But that doesn't mean that anime is not without its unique quirks that may put some newer viewers off. While there is a segment of anime fans who hiss at normies when they try to get into anime,
normies, get out!
I for one
I think
So,
that
what do you
it's
think?
very cringe to hire somebody to say something.
what do you mean?
I think it's very cringe to pay somebody like that to voice a thing.
No,
To have them
I
say a
disagree with
line.
you because there's that one guy who did the I can't remember what he's done a few of them, but he's like Solid Snake needs your help. You must give him your credit card detail. I can't do it properly, but he's like another guy. I can't remember. There's like a whole bunch of them. It's like a Fiverr thing where you can like just pay them like $5. and they'll do,
Yeah,
like,
I think
a
it's more
little thing.
when I see famous people on there, or no, even politicians. Sometimes it just feels kind of sad
So anyway,
to ignore all
to
that.
to ignore all that and to actually talk about his point, right?
Yeah.
I think that gatekeeping is based. What do you think? Do you think I think gatekeeping is based.
I
we
think
should
gatekeeping is kind of pointless.
Well, it depends because obviously you can't physically gate someone from watching anime. That's retarded, right? You're not gonna like. I'm not gonna break into your house and stop you from watching Gushing Over Magical Girls if I think you're a fucking normie, right? That's not gonna happen, right? However, I do think it's okay to have standards, right? If that makes sense. I think it's okay to be like, listen, I like this show, right? I like Gushing Over Magical Girls, right? I don't think you're gonna like it. So I don't want you to come in here and start demanding that everything fucking change because you don't like it, right? Which is the difference between, a new person coming into anime and like wanting to get into anime and maybe not liking everything, but being able to like a normal person, as we were talking about before, right? They're able to kind of be like, yeah, this isn't really necessarily my thing, but I'm pretty, I can look past it and see, I can look past it and have a good time, right? I'm able to pass it out, right? There's a difference between that and people that come into something and they immediately demand change to fit what they want, right? Which is not that you're not a fan at that point. You're just an asshole.
So,
right?
but Nretsew, there is I don't know, it's hard to kind of articulate. I think that it's kind of hard to gauge an intent behind that, right? Between saying I don't like this, but this is weird, and saying and screeching I want this change.
I think that most of the time I think there are a lot of people that do kind of jump the gun. Like I'm guilty of it too, right? I don't I am not without sin, right? I'm not without sin. However, I think that you can sort of pass it out a little bit, right?
Yeah, but this is
and
maybe
I
the
think
thing
that
is right that on the Twitter, the tweets are ephemeral and quick and without thought. So to gauge somebody's entire character based on a short tweet and that says
I think if someone is being incredibly direct with what they're saying, I'm gonna take them on their word.
Nretsew, for example, right? I have said that, oh damn, Rudy cannot stop grooming. I have said from time.
Yeah, and we've debated about how that's retarded. Yeah.
And I say that, and you know me, right? And I say,
I do know you. Yeah.
yeah.
And we've debated about that before.
But I am not. I'm not the one that's. You can say it. Oh, this.
Yeah, but
this
you're
guy.
not. Yeah, but you're not. Yeah, but you're not. Yeah, but you is. I think here's the difference, right? Is like you haven't actually made a demand for it to change. You've just said, "Man, Rudius is a bit of a creeper," in your opinion, right?
Yeah.
Right. As you know, right? Like you haven't like said like the second part, right? That comes after that.
Well, the thing is, right?
But the problem is, well, let me finish, because the problem is sometimes that second part is implied, right? And that's where people get tripped over, right? Because sometimes it is just, oh, Ellie, that's your opinion. You think Rudius is a creeper. We can have a discussion or a debate about that, right? Or the validity of that. But it's not, you're not doing the second part, right? However, when you're on the internet, a lot of the time that second part is either implied or it gets implied. It gets assumed. And the reason that happens is because it's like so many times it's happened, right? People naturally kind of just make that assumption because it's what's happened so many times. And that's why I say so many people jump the gun, right? Because sometimes it's like it's safer to just assume that it's a hostile actor than to let them kind of continue to whine about things, right? Until the amount of people that starts to whine about things gets to critical mass, and then they end up actually changing things, right? Because I feel like that's kind of the worry people have, is that they're going to get outnumbered by the amount of people that are demanding, or maybe not demanding change directly, but saying, "Oh, this is disgusting. This is bad. This is so and so." You know.
Yeah,
whatnot.
but
then you have the other end, which is creatives that are going to be looking at that, and they'll be like, "Oh, we need to change to fit the audience that we're trying to sell to, or whatever," not realizing that those very loud, obnoxious, annoying motherfuckers are not actually the audience that you're trying to sell to.
Yeah, but Nretsew, I'm worried more about that. You have stuff like confirmation biases, examples that are brought in that are not relevant.
No, and I agree. No, and I agree.
You have two people that say this anime has to change, and then the next 5 people are assumed to be part of the first 2, and then now you have 7 examples. So now you will believe the next 20 people who say something similar are belonging to the first 7, and now you have 27 people who believe that you think screech that anime has to change. And
so to kind of pivot to the chat a little bit, because both our chatters have made some good points. So Samu says, like the thing is, people can identify things they don't like, but get other people. Hang on, sorry, I have my ass. Like the thing is, these people can identify things they don't like, but get other people do. Right? Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying. And just let it be. So basically, you're saying, they don't like it, but they get other people do like it, and then they let it be. That's the normal people. That's you and me, right? That's, but they can't do that for anime. So what makes anime different from other disagreement? That's an interesting point, actually, because I do feel like there's this weird difference in standards when it comes to anime, right? I don't know if you feel this, right? Because I always use Game of Thrones as an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
No one gets mad at Game of Thrones when Game of Thrones has like literal incest in it, right? Like literal flat out incest is in game. Like in multiple characters do incest. multiple families do incest in Game of Thrones, right? And I'm not just talking about like the TV show. I'm talking about like the entirety of the universe and the series and the setting, right? It is like an integral part of the setting that incest happens in Game of Thrones, right? So everyone seems to be fine with incest in that context. But then you go to, I don't know, I don't want to use the coffin of Andy and Lele because that's not like anime, that's like a video game, right? But I guess it kind of counts. You know, I guess it kind of counts because of the art style or whatever. So I might as well just use that because it's relevant, right? Like you have Coffin of Andy and Lele, which, yeah, there is an ancestral element to it, but it's not like it's not a porn game, right? It's not like an incest fetish game where you could maybe make the argument, I wouldn't, but like you could make the argument that's different because that's directly fetishizing incest, right? Okay, fine. Coffin and Andy and Lele doesn't, I mean, outside the final like scene where it's like implied that in the future they hook up or whatever and there's like a scene about it, 99.9% of that game is not sexual at all. It's just sort of, yeah, they're really into each other, right? So the incest is still there, but it's not overtly sexual. Compared to Game of Thrones, which, I mean, the TV show literally opens with brother and sister intercourse. So I feel like there's this weird, like, there's these weird standards here where, oh, it's okay when we do it, almost. You know, it's okay when it's okay when Game of Thrones does it because Game of Thrones.
I'll blame it.
It's a fancy book in a highly profile TV show, Elliot. So, well, what makes it different to Andy and Lele or any other show?
First off,
anime.
First off, it's more of a, the generally trusted forms of media from a respected company, and the other is odd and weird in a different language, in a different style, drawn for kids but not for kids.
So it's basically racist.
I was going to say a gentler word. Orientalism.
Maybe Orient. Yeah. I'm memeing when I say racism.
Orientalism is a sort of racism, I guess, but a little bit more nuanced.
Yeah. And I think that it's annoying that that's like the only conclusion that logically makes sense is that it's literally just Orientalism, like just straight up, like. But and the thing is I don't even know if people are doing it. I don't think a lot of people do it deliberately. I think it's like there's some kind of mind virus going on where people don't.
It's the weirdness.
They do it. They do it. But I don't think they're conscious of the fact that they're doing it, right? Which is why they get so defensive when you point it out, right? Because if you tell them, hey, you're being like weirdly orientalist or racist about this, like why are you like you're hating on like the Japanese games because they do this versus the Western things that do the exact. So they'll go, no, I keep covering. I'm not being a racist. So even though like they literally are. So
yeah, well, it's slightly different racism and Orientalism because Orientalism is more about. For the chat, if you didn't heard it before, Orientalism is more to separate, Asia cultures in general, but let's keep it on anime specifically. To say that anime is something distinctly different, a different creation than normal video games and the TV shows, that the Japanese are uniquely weird and distant and should be watched on a stage, but never, face to face.
It's kind of similar to the arguments you get online where Japan is both like a progressive paradise that's super pro LGBT. Look at all the yaoi. Look at all the trans media, blah blah blah,
and all
blah,
the fancy trains to the perfect society,
all the fancy stuff, and then you immediately it's Namking phone shutter, train cart, hentai, or whatever. Like they immediately pivot from it's a paradise to it's a fucking dystopia in like the same sentence.
Well, I believe you're talking to different people mostly, though.
Oh no, the same people will do that. It's really weird. Like you'll have people that are progressive, or and it's both sides too. Like you'll have people that are progressive or right wing or whatever, however you want to describe it, and in one breath they will be like, yeah, Japan is like super based, then they agree with me 100%, and then they'll immediately be like, no, Japan is degenerate, look at all the hentai, you know, or look at the phone shutters, they have to have phone shutters sounds on their phones, isn't that so bad, isn't that the worst thing ever, it's so, oh, it's evil, oh, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? All right. Anyway, I want to move on because we're not even a minute into this video.
Yeah.
But I want to address Moeshroom's comments because I thought they were also quite good. So we're going to try and blitz through this, right? On Twitter, this guy did say this one is going to the needs to stop list about Chained Soldier. It's not unreasonable to accuse him of supporting censorship. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm sort of getting at. Is it's really hard because
it's also memey.
No, see, the problem here is I think Ellie is a lot more generous to people than I am, because you have to remember, like, I've been in the trenches, right? I've been in the trenches of Twitter for so long, right? I've been in that fucking culture war for so long, right? And I've been trying to get out of it, but it keeps drawing me back.
And I see, right? Nretsew, you're just in a playground.
I'm in the playground. Yeah.
That's my vision, then, of course.
but what the point I'm trying to make is, like, I'm not as generous to people, right? Because I've been burned so many times, right? You only get burnt so many times before you realize you shouldn't touch the stove, right? So I think that while I'm a little bit more suspicious of people that make statements like that, I think Ellie is a little bit more willing to kind of be a bit charitable to that, and that's where we sort of clash a little bit, right? Because I'm not I see someone say that, right, and I'm immediately just like, yeah, no, I'm probably not going to get along with that person. They seem like a cunt. Right? I'm not interested. Okay, my guess. So Samu says my guess is the weird stuff because it has weird stuff and PDF file stuff. Okay, so what Eve? So what Eve? True. So what? Yep. It's a show. Yep. And then Moeshroom caps it off with, maybe they think Game of Thrones is okay because it's dramatic, while anime is often comedic, and they think sex/incest should be serious business. I think that's part of it. I think there is a little bit of that going on where you can only show... Because, Ellie, remember when we were talking about the slavery thing a number of episodes ago?
Mm-hmm.
And I brought up how you can't have slavery in a series unless the story immediately pivots into we have to dismantle the system of slavery, right? I feel like there's a little bit of that going on where you can't have sexual content unless it's shown in this hyper-Pacific okay way, and if it's shown any way outside of that, it's bad. Right?
I'm going to blame more of maybe I'm doing an Occidentalism in now. Occidentalism is Western specific.
Yeah.
You know, the Orientalism and the Western version of that is Occidentalism.
Western hate.
Western weird, putting Western weirdness on a stage, or considering it Western weirdness to begin with, etc. But to pull a Occidentalism is that the American Puritanism I just will generally blame, and the American sensibilities around race are then projected to every culture that they see around the world. That's kind of unavoidable to some extent. You can't divorce yourself from your own culture and your own experience in that way.
But I think that I can agree with you that I do think that some of it is American Puritanism culture being projected. I do agree that I think that's a big part of the problem. It's very weird because obviously I haven't seen statistics on this, but I have a I have a feeling, right? I got feels, Ellie. I got feels, right?
You
My
feel
feeling
things?
is that America has become less religious over time, right? Which makes it weird that even though they've become less religious, right, in terms of directly following the doctrine of the religion, right, they've still maintained that Puritanism, right?
I do
There's
think that's
something about
it's
that.
a
There's something. Well, I'll let you. I'll
yeah,
finish
sure.
and then I'll let you go. There's something that's like it's become ingrained into the culture almost, right? And it's no longer just a religion thing; it's a culture thing now because there's no religious backing to it. If people are losing their religion, then what culture becomes the religion, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do think that of course, religion is also a culture. So in that sense, it's always been part of that culture. But also, the boomers are still very much in control in America. You have two elderly people qualified to go into a retirement home running for president over there.
Exactly.
So they are still very much in control of business, of laws, of morality, of what you can and cannot say, cannot do, cannot advertise. So really you have to check in 20 years to actually see what the next generation thinks of it, because right now it's still the people of 70 years ago that grew up 70 years ago that decide what is right, what is too much skin.
Yeah. Well, looping back around though, I do think that is part of why you're seeing so many people talk about how, as Samu puts it, you need to portray this correctly, right? As if there is a correct way to portray slavery. As if there is a correct way. It's fucking weird because I see leftists doing it, right? And that's where I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? I thought you guys were meant to be like the sex positive guys because you're leftists, right? Like, why are you
there
being
are
so
many
fucking fruity?
varying degrees of
obviously, just like there are many varying degrees of the right wing, but I'm saying like it feels weird because on the whole, it feels like a lot of left wing or left leaning people have kind of adopted this weird purity shit, and it's like you were the guys when I was like a kid that were fighting to protect the video games from Jack Thompson, right? You were the guys that were trying to stop that from happening. And now, all of a sudden, you're the guys making YouTube videos about how Ecchi is destroying it. Right?
Well,
I don't know if what this guy's political leanings are, obviously, so I can't.
Well, he said,
kind of
that Hollywood is not woke.
That is true. He did mention like, Hollywood is all woke pandering and stuff. So maybe he does lean a little bit more in my direction.
Maybe a little bit more of the religious purity, even though he has a
maybe. Well, yeah. Well, we'll see. Because
Nretsew,
God damn it, Al.
press the button. Just press the button.
Press the fucking button. Yeah.
To encourage people to give anime a shot and not scare them off with the more cultured anime pics. This is why I wanted to talk about this one tag I think many anime newcomers should avoid. It's a shame too, because there's a lot of great anime featuring this tag, but if you're not familiar with the Japanese culture, humor, and outlook on perversion, you may conclude that a lot of anime is just weird, degenerate, and immature form of art. And I say this despite my love and admiration for anime. For those new to anime or those who are unaware of anime genres, ecchi translates into something like sexy, but is ultimately there to inform the viewer.
Well, Ellie, does it translate into sexy? Doesn't it?
Ecchi is a broad concept, right?
Because from what I remember, like, because it's switched around over there. Because hentai is basically just general perversion, right? From what I remember, this is like my old knowledge of Japanese, right? My old deep lore knowledge of Japanese is that hentai was always just in general perversion. If you called someone a hentai, you're basically just calling them a pervert, right?
So
whereas
ecchi,
whereas ecchi is more hardcore erotic in a sense. And then over here, obviously in the West, right, we switched it around where ecchi is more perversion and hentai is outright porn, right? So I'll let the expert talk about this.
The expert from I haven't touched. I want to touch the books on Japanese. Actually learn the grammar again because it's kind of been...
get back into it. Yeah.
But anyway, hentai in the actual the symbols, the letters, I guess, is more about being very, not necessarily being a pervert, but more being abnormal, being different from the norm, I guess. And you are being very different from the norm if you suddenly barge into the women's changing rooms.
And they start screaming hentai at you,
because you are being very abnormal over there. You're not having a good one, sir. What are you doing? And of course, that kind of goes into sexual perversion. Is of course a big deviating from your normal moral standards of life.
Yeah, because it's always seen as something that's more keep that hush hush.
Yes.
Right.
So screaming
at least culturally, because you gotta remember we're talking in the context of their culture over there, not our culture over there.
No.
Right? So over there, it's more. You keep that to the bedroom, basically.
Yes,
that's hush 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 hush. You don't talk about.
And if you loudly exclaim that you need the sex, Takashi, no Takashi.
You're running down the tunnel screaming sex. Sex.
Then you're not you are a weirdo of society, the abnormal, the drooling monsters of society in a sense, right?
Right. So
That's the hentai in the Japanese meaning. Ecchi is more than, of course, if you suddenly start talking. This is actually slightly more of an endearing thing, and I would more describe it as be hot, right?
Okay.
Hot. If somebody is ecchi, then she in this case exudes more of a hotness, right? If you are, but also it is kind of if you suddenly talk, of course this is more for the females. If you suddenly talk that you notice that that guy has his fly open, you might say that person is ecchi for noticing that, but because they obviously have to be looking at the crotch to notice that.
Right.
So that is more of a mindset.
There's also, and then I'm pretty sure there's because I've been learning a little bit because I started using Misskey a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And on Misskey they have all these emotes, and all the emotes kind of have like names to them, right? And I've been learning like there's also modifiers to things as well. So you'll have stuff like doechi, right?
Yeah.
Or doskebe. What's that one? I have it open right now, and I'm looking at the emotes so I can say them properly. Yeah, like so. There's like different like modifiers, and a lot of the time when they're using those emotes for like, oh, this is super hot and sexy. I'll call it doechi, right? So good,
No. So if I would to grade it in a sense, hentai is when you're a dredge of society. Most of the time.
So hentai is the derogatory, basically.
Yes. And you could, of course, any derogatory term you can kind of use still as an endearment. Like from context there is everything.
Yeah, as always, context matters in Japan.
Yeah. So I would say if in this example, ecchi, you might be ecchi in a sense when you notice that somebody's fly is open. Skebe is
skebe.
Skebe is more of a when you how would you describe it? I would think lewd is more of a fitting word
Right.
for that level.
Because that's another one I see the dough
Because
upgrade.
Because
to a lot.
Skebbe is more of a, I feel, from what I understand, is slightly more of a active thing. Somebody is not ecchi. You can't describe really somebody as doing ecchi acts. That thing. Never mind. But if I were to walk up to somebody and start talking, I'm not going to be ecchi towards somebody. I can be scabbed towards somebody.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
That's my.
So that's been an interesting Japanese lesson with Ellie. You've learnt some.
This is all my interpretations of somebody who has.
Yes. Obviously, in context matters. Yada yada. Don't go. Do your own study, boys.
Yeah.
do your own study.
Critical critique takes
fun.
no responsibility for any social.
Yeah, critical critique takes no responsibility for you misusing Japanese terms to Japan. Yeah. So anyway, let's.
This is
I
pure
just figured it would be. I just figured it would be fun to talk about that for a minute.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting. It's a very interesting topic. So we'll cap off with a comment. So Samu says, whenever I hear this, it sounds like they're saying they give the degeneracy a pass because it's Japan, and just because it's not a big deal. Like if boobs are the issue, it shouldn't matter if it adds to the plot or not. Yeah, okay. I don't really much to add to that.
No, this is what I feel. This is kind of the Orientalism at play, right? The Orientalism is that because it's anime, we're giving it special permissions and special demerits.
Yeah, and
I'm Japanese.
I'm kind of getting that vibe from this guy a little bit. Not completely yet. I mean, we're still a minute and a half in, so I mean, things can change. But I am kind of getting that vibe where he's like, listen, guys, listen. Anime's cool. Anime's so super based. Okay, just ignore the boobs. Ignore the boobs. Don't look at the boobs. Don't look. I'm totally based, guys. I'm totally based. Okay, listen to me. I don't like the boobs. Okay,
good Christian boy. Good.
I'm a good Christian boy. Okay, I don't like the boobs. Just ignore the boobs. Look at the cool based anime. It's so anti woke. Okay, it's anti woke. It's not like Disney. Okay. Just ignore the boobs. Yeah, I'm getting that vibe, but I can't. I haven't seen enough to kind of pin that on him yet.
Hey,
right?
look, the women are sexy. That's good. That's good Christian. But the boobs are too big. That's not good Christian. But don't worry about it.
Yeah. The Christian scale is too.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, let's continue.
That the show will have sexually suggestive or risky themes. It doesn't sound that bad, but the creators of these anime are very liberal with the word suggestive, teetering at the edge of being downright hentai. Ecchi has evolved beyond just being a warning label, though, as the tag.
Super hentai.
God, man, this is gonna be a fucking long one because there's so much to unpack with every sentence he says, right? Like, we could have an entire discussion about because I've mentioned before, like, there is a difference between ecchi and hentai. There is a massive difference between the two. I'm not going to repeat the same point, obviously, because I've talked about that in previous casts, right? But there is a difference. There's a reason there's a difference, right? And I think that just going, but it's borderline hentai. It might, he didn't make the point that it might as well just be hentai, but he's treading it. He's treading it a little bit.
He did. I think it's weird that he picked No Game No Life for that, because these days you have interspecies reviewers, which is the example.
I mean, No Game No Life is fucking tame compared to...
Absolutely.
Not gonna lie, like, No Game No Life is actually pretty tame now compared to like gushing over magical girls.
Take
So
Tulafru, I guess. That's
yeah,
that's
to love Rue would have
worse.
been a much better idea. Yeah. So anyway, let's
It
continue.
became its own genre with its own storytelling techniques, tropes, and style that is very unique to anime and manga. I still call it a tag though because ecchi normally doesn't have its own setting. It could be an adventure anime with ecchi, it could be a horror anime with ecchi, it could be a slice of life comedy with ecchi. It's a tag that
Nagatoro is another one that's kind of weird because I mean, maybe later in Nagatoro because I know that our boy 774 has been adding more and more of his exhibitionism fetish into the show, but into the work. But would you classify it as overly ecchi, Ellie? Is Nagatoro like because I kind of agree with his point that ecchi is something that can be tossed in with other genres, obviously, and a lot of the time you could have like there's like a scale of ecchi, right? Sometimes it's a little bit more suggestive than just flat out be a full frontal nudity, right? So yeah, I kind of get his point, but at the same time, I don't know. What do you think? Have you got a
I
comment?
think that ecchi can either be a level of nudity in general, or level of nudity. Ecchi can be a measure of risqueness, and it can be a set of conventions. And
Right.
simply putting the tag ecchi in there isn't enough to tell you which of these three it is. Because
Yeah, I think that's what I'm. Yeah, you articulated what I was saying a bit better than I did, right? It's like a very wide scale, right? It's not.
Well, not what I was more going for. You have different ecchi. If you have an ecchi show, it can be still one of three things. It can be a Nagatoro that is very much about sexual tension, but not actual have and not real. Well, maybe more maidens in their savage season, right?
Not necessarily explicit. I think
They talk about sex and wanting to have sex and what their concerns and worries and etc. all around sex and sexual relationships with whoever and everybody.
but it's not. But it's not explicit.
It has
that,
it has absolutely no nudity at all.
Yeah.
It's just talking and feelings about it.
I get where you're coming from.
And then you have Tulafru and such. That is more of how much nudity there is.
Yeah, so to love like it's weird because when I think of like something that has the ecchi tag and is specifically made to be ecchi, right? I think stuff like To Love Ru, DXD. Someone in the chat mentioned Quasar. You mentioned Quasar. Queen's Blade. Those kind of shows are like if we're gonna define a genre as being ecchi, that's kind of what I would say would be defined as ecchi as a genre. That's why I'm having trouble like passing out calling like Nagatoro an ecchi, right? Because it's definitely not in that category of ecchi.
Mm-hmm.
But I can agree with you that there is definitely like there's like a difference there. And it's almost like we don't have like a word for it, so we just kind of call it ecchi. you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I DVD it up in risqueness, in nudity levels, in nudity, and in conventions, because then you have something like Love Hina, which is the super classical romantic comedy set style, and that is your classical ecchi falling into breasts, walking into somebody nude. Those are the ecchi conventions. And then there is Seiko no Quasar, which isn't about suddenly walking into somebody changing clothing.
No, it's specifically about a sexual thing. I guess
getting people nude and having fighting nude, or having actual sexual elements in the show.
Yeah, the breast milk. Yeah. I wonder how many shows this season would fit his definition on Ecchi Mal only labeled about only labels. I can't see that. I hate the fucking heart thing on Twitter because I can't.
4 out
can't
of the
see
50. 4 out of the 50.
4 out of 50. Yeah. Well, funnily enough, this season's actually been pretty. I mean, because obviously you've got Slave Soldier and you've got looking up to Magical Girls, right? Like it's been pretty. You know, we're eating good. Us Ecchi lovers, you know, we're eating good. We're eating good. So yeah, I guess we'll continue.
Often sticks to other genres rather than being its own thing. It's often like a tumor, where for the most part it's...
Yeah, Nretsew, I knew.
Oh,
I knew.
Fuck off.
This line was in the original.
Oh, what a fucking... It's a tumor. Ooh, it's so gross. It's tumors. Yeah, fuck off. That's all I have to say to that. Just fuck off.
pretty benign, but in other cases it can destroy anything good about an anime. I think one of the biggest problems with the ecchi tag is that it doesn't make it clear how much the anime will focus on those sexual themes. So it's always a gamble whether you will watch some light sexual tension between two characters or you will be bombarded by booba. I almost feel
that kind of gets into what you were talking about a little bit before, you know, the different variations and whatnot, right? I think that it's pretty, like, if you look at Keijo, right?
Yeah.
I think that's how you pronounce it, right? I think it's pretty, like, I think it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear what's going on there. I don't get this idea that people, like, I'm sure that there are people that do just kind of stumble into things without knowing, right? But I don't know. I think that because when I'm looking at like the seasonal charts, or if I'm looking at like trailers for anime on Twitter, or people posting about things or whatnot, I feel like I have like never had that happen to me where I've like seen something and not like instantly been able to recognize, oh, that's going to be an ecchi, or that's going to be a gore show, or that's going to be, you know, whatever, right? It's like, I feel like if you look into something with even like a minuscule amount of brain cell power, you're gonna find out pretty quickly that it's what type of ecchi it's gonna be, right? Like shit, if you read like the synopsis for Keijo, it's gonna be like, oh, the sport about butts or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, if that doesn't give you enough of a hint, I don't know what will. Right?
Oh,
Nretsew. What do you think about that?
Sorry to interject. I didn't know Remonster is getting an anime.
Oh, is it?
It
is
is.
It finally getting a fucking anime?
Next season, April.
Oh shit! Really? Next season? Based. Remonster's based, guys. That's going to be a great. Okay. That actually might be a case where people might not know. Because to completely contradict my entire argument, I'm going to talk about one of the basest fucking things that happens in Remonster. So spoilers for Remonster, I guess. So there's a point where he's like, there's these elves, right? There's a bunch of elves that he's captured, right? Because they were invading his dungeon or something, or his base. And he has them all in like cages. And he's like, the elves are like, oh, you're going to rape us now, or whatever. Because they're thinking he's like just like every other like goblin or whatever, right? And they're just gonna like rape them and breed them and whatnot. And he's like, no, here's what we're gonna do. And he like drugs them with his blood, which acts as an aphrodisiac, which gets them to beg him to fuck them. So it's not rape.
He's only drugging them into.
It's only because he like drugs them and he lets them just kind of sit there until they're just so aroused and so horny that they are just begging for cock, right? And I'm reading this like just laughing my ass off because it's the most ridiculous and just funny fucking thing to me. It's like, nah, fuck, I ain't a rapist. I
just drug them into it.
I'm just gonna drug you. Look, they consented. Ellie, they consented. It's fine.
Very much. The Lord.
They consented. consent. But the thing is like, Monster doesn't really get that that sexual early on, right? It starts off, but well, I mean, there is a lot of goblin rape, I guess. So I mean, maybe, but yeah, but okay, like maybe in that case, if you look at Monster on the cover, you might not get that it's gonna be kind of sexual. You can't call it rape if they want it. Yeah, Monster's a good read. There's a lot of it out, and I would say that it does get kind of like the power scaling in Monster is kind of insane. Like
yeah, it gets kind of convoluted, I guess. Also,
it gets really convoluted and kind of silly. But that's kind of what makes it kind of fun. Is that the guy just gets progressively more and more powerful, and his allies get more and more powerful. And I've been enjoying the fact that it also is like, yeah, no, he's like having kids, and the kids are growing up, and the kids are getting more powerful. Like there's this really interesting dynamics going on in
it's
Monster.
very,
so I would highly
it's very first draft, whatever you think of story.
Yeah, but it's good. I mean, it's also really popular. I think there's an RPG Maker game that's official for it. I think,
and there is an anime.
Yeah, now there's an anime. I mean, I'm kind of shocked it took this long for it to get an anime. To be honest, like I would have expected.
All right, so you know what my big theory about sexual.
Oh yeah.
That actual sex is more permissible these days.
Yeah, maybe. So yeah, no, that's well, thanks for completely destroying my point by telling
another internet debate won.
Another notch in Ali's pistol or whatever. He gets his key out and he puts another notch in the chassis for it or whatever. But I guess to kind of reframe my point though is I feel like if you did research Monster, I guess you'd probably figure it out. I guess.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't first discover that they date raped a bunch of people into consenting.
Yeah, because you're not going to know about that specifically until like I don't know, chapter like fucking 100 or whatever. But I don't know if it was chapter 100.
It's
but it was
very short chapter,
it's quite far in. It's quite far into the series, so probably take a while to get there. But I would say, I feel like you'd probably find out because they do mention the goblins do like. That's how they reproduce, right? They rape the woman. So I guess you'd probably get. I think most people would get to that point, and then
I was going to give I would give a fancy example. Like people can tell the difference between a Fortnite and a Call of Duty.
Yeah. I can agree with that. Ecchi will destroy anime shows good. Keijo is good because of the Ecchi. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yuna's right because Keijo is that's a fucking great show. I love that show. That was great. But anyway, let's keep going, man. We're gonna be here all day.
I feel like this tag needs to be split into more categories like light Ecchi, strong Ecchi, and pure Ecchi, or something like that.
Oh, well, there you go, Ellie. Do you agree with that?
Nah, it's way too vague, right? Because because the sexual tensions in Nagatoro are very strong, right? Is that a strong Ecchi? But then is Maidens in their Savage Season light because
is Maiden Abyss an Ecchi?
Is Soul Eater or in was it not Lucky Star?
I don't know.
Fairy Tail.
Fairy Tail.
Is Fairy Tail light Ecchi? Those women are getting nude pretty often. So is it a strong Ecchi?
I think you'd have to like define what you're using as your criteria. I guess like it's something that would have to be more rigidly.
Yeah,
I don't suspect that this man is going to get into that.
No, I'm keeping to my my riskiness, my nudity levels, and my conventions.
Right.
scale,
well,
I
let's
guess.
continue.
That, just to prepare the viewer for the amount of smut they will be exposed to. It would help curb one's expectations of how much story they should expect and save them from the disappointment. Ecchi will be a tough sell to most people in the West, and no matter how much you sugarcoat it with deep character and story analysis, it will most likely fall on deaf ears to people who are just going to see the degeneracy. You can watch a bunch of analysis videos about the brilliance of KILLAKILL, about its unique art style, about the character development, the cinematography, but in the end, it's still an anime with schoolgirls stripping out of their clothes to fight each other, and it will be challenging for me and many other people to see it as more than that.
I mean, it's disgusting. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever read, but the plot is amazing, and the characters are...
This is new, though. This is new from the video, because I don't remember this.
Oh, so he didn't add that. Okay, so this is what he added. The thing is I don't like this point. This idea of Ecchi can't be deep, right? Like, there's this undertone here of, oh, KILLAKILL has got this art style and this deep story and deep character development, but it's at the end of the day, it's still schoolgirls getting stripped naked, right? You know, like, I don't like that. It's like a dismissal. You getting the vibe, Ellie? You getting the vibe?
Yeah, no. Also, because, you know, the show is kind of, hey, fascism. That sounds exactly that's the same.
Now, there is a lot to talk about with KILLAKILL. Like, we could probably have a whole like cast about.
Yeah, because also, you know, KILLAKILL is very much is more of a feminist story than Bayonetta, in my opinion.
I always took KILLAKILL to be a sort of body positivity, coming of age, being comfortable with oneself type narrative, because a lot of it is because a lot of the story is around clothing, right, and how you present yourself, right, and what your clothing represents to you, and how the outward appearance of yourself, being confident in that outward appearance, grants you power, literally, right? Because if you remember at the start of the show, she's, you know, all embarrassed and you know, she's weaker because she's all embarrassed. And then as the show progresses, she becomes more confident with herself and her body, right? And as she becomes more confident in herself and her body, she becomes stronger, right? So I've always and obviously that's not the only thing going on in KILLAKILL, right? There's a bit going on, but that's one of the core messages I sort of took from it way back when I watched it, right? Because I watched that shit when it came out, right? You know, it was a long time ago, right? But I always took that message.
What I see a kind of an additional message besides just growing up, becoming more comfortable in your own body.
Oh yeah, it's like I said, it's not the only message. No, it's like that's one of the ones I took from.
Oh yeah, because you know, just maybe a general public message, I guess, that just because somebody sees a different message than your message, that doesn't mean that those two messages contradict each other. And even if
they don't have to. I mean, sometimes they do, but it's not all the time. No. Sometimes you can have two different.
Because I think it's, I don't know if I've been, you know, put on this path by some video or whatever, but in the end of the show, they kind of abolish clothing, right?
Well, no, because at the very end of the show, everything kind of goes to normal, right? Like
yeah.
Well, because there was like that after episode or whatever where like. The school kind of collect they kill off the school and the last of the clothing fibers or whatever, and then the school sinks into the ground, and they kind of just like it goes into being like just normal Japan, I guess, in a sense.
That's weird. I never understand that part. But what I did feel in the the TV ending, right?
Yeah, because the TV ending is like she falls to Earth. And everyone's kind of naked in the like, you know, because they all try to save her and they use up the fibers to save her or whatever, and then they're all naked at the end or something. It's been a long time.
So
it's been a long time.
Yeah, but to finish my view on KILLAKILL's ending at least is that that in the end, right, the clothing is oppressive, right? Clothing is oppressive. in our real society. It's forced upon us. It's a part of what we have to do, etc., etc. It's the what we wear and what we can and can't wear is dictated by big society, etc., etc. And I guess in this case, big society in clothing is represented by a big mama that says you are all controlled by me through clothing. Then you kill your mother. Kill clothing. Humanity is free to do what it wants, and that's kind of what I also took. Kind of a look at the oppressiveness of wearing clothing in a little bit more literal sense.
So to loop back to the video, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just a dumb Ecchi with schoolgirls getting.
Oh yeah, it's about getting any excuse to rip your clothes off. It's not perhaps a interesting look of how oppressive clothing actually are.
It's not an interesting talk about how society views clothing and how society views sexuality and being expressive in yourself.
How you are allowed and not allowed to express yourself through clothing, and if you deviate...
No, it's just the jack off, Ellie. It's just porn. It's just literally porn. That's all it is.
Sorry, I went way too deep into nothing.
Way too deep. That's why I don't like this point, right? I don't like how he's like, yeah, it's super deep, but it's still just itchy, and it this dismissive sort of attitude towards it, right? Whereas I wouldn't even KIllLaKILL's such a bad example to use anyway because it's such a it's such a cool that the whole nudity and sexuality and all that stuff is such a core component of the show and its narrative and its theming, right? I feel like it's such if you used what would be a better example of a show where it's the Ecchi is more intrusive, I guess, right? Let's say it was just a normal show, but every few seconds, the boobs are in your face or whatever. I can't really think off the top of my head.
The most what I can think of is that Blair
Monogatari. Someone said Monogatari, maybe.
Nah, I would say if anything, I would say maybe it would trigger you by proxy, Nretsew, but it's Soul Eater. Blair the witch is just a witch that hangs around and does nothing. And
she's just sexy, yeah. And she's just sexy.
She's just naked all the time.
I'm not saying I would agree with the argument still if he changed the example. I'm just saying I feel like that would using a situation Fire Force, right? That's the one everyone uses, even though I don't agree with it, right? Fire Force and Tamaki, right? I think that if he did use that instead of KIllLaKILL, even though his argument's still stupid, I would have been able to agree with it. Not agree with it, but you get what I'm trying to say, right? It makes more sense, right? Because the argument for Fire Force is always the Ecchi takes away from the shonen, right? Because everyone wants to watch it because it's a shonen, right? And they're expecting a shonen, even though not understanding that shonen can have fan service, or whatever. Anyway, right? Yada 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 yada. Debate we've had 100 times, or talk we've had 100 times. Yada 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 yada. Skip all that, right? But it would make more sense for him to use that as an example because that's what most people would say is an example of the Ecchi took away from the experience. Whereas with KIllLaKILL, the Ecchi literally is the experience. It is, to use a great pun kind of, it is sewn into the fabric of the show, Ellie. It is so integral to it that you can't separate it, right? Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Characters are so vivid.
If you guys dip me in the oil, everyone's gonna see right through my uniform.
Oh man! Oh, this.
I know, Randy, but trust me, you gotta push through to the end.
No, that's just wrong!
Randy...
Now, would KIllLaKILL be improved if we took out the ecchi elements? I don't think so. After all, the over-sexualization found in this anime is part of the show's unique art style and quirky plot.
Oh, look at that. He understands. So why were you so fucking dismissive a minute ago?
Because he already made a video and he has to retrofit
Yes,
stuff
he
into
has to. Yeah, he has to like, because he got cooked, and now he has to try and make it less, soften the blow, right? He's got to soften it. But anyway,
Taking that away would turn KILLAKILL into something more generic. Still, I personally cannot recommend this anime to anyone who's just starting out with anime. And honestly, I hate the fact that I cannot recommend a lot of ecchi anime because of the amount of lewdness and fan service found in.
but okay. There's big noises going on. Apparently, I don't know if you guys can hear that.
I didn't. So
it
who
doesn't
knows?
matter then. There's noises going. Someone's doing something outside. So anyway, I don't know. Would you recommend Ecchi to someone that's a first time anime watcher, Ellie? Like, would you actually try to do that? Because I wouldn't.
Well, this kind of an ecchi show. I don't think I would really recommend an ecchi show to somebody who starts out watching anime in general. But it's kind of.
It really is contextual on the person, isn't it? Because it's like, if I know someone who's like me and really likes the lewds, right? Of course, I'm not going to have a problem recommending them an ecchi, right? Fucking you. No, I can't recommend this to the people in my Bible club. Yeah, that is actually kind of what it feels like, right? Like, it's like, it's very, like, if you know someone that's, yeah, it really depends on the person, right? It really depends. Like, that's part of, like, there's no way to blanket recommend stuff to people. Like, you have to think about, okay, what does this person like? Do they like sci-fi stuff? Do they like, cowboy stuff?
I was getting hung up on, what do I actually recommend to a blank slate, right?
Yeah.
What would I recommend in general to somebody as a blank slate? I see Soul Eater. I guess I can recommend Soul Eater. Soul Eater is nice.
Yeah, but Soul Eater has Blair, and Blair is ecchi, Ellie. Then again,
I think
the hypothetical blank slate is going to be so disgusted about the fact that it has ecchi in it. That's the problem. Okay, I got it, Ellie. I got it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
He's running under the assumption that the blank slate would be disgusted by the ecchi, not that they would be a blank slate and therefore they wouldn't have any opinions on the ecchi to begin with until they've seen it, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to know. Like, you're not going to know if that person doesn't like the ecchi unless, one, you've already made them aware of it, so you've already told them, right? And then they can react to that information, or you just dump them in the pool in the deep end and see if they can swim or not. Right?
So I see enough shows with ecchi elements that I would recommend. Something like, Drifters, cool
yeah,
fighting.
Drifters would be a good one. If you got someone that really likes like action, Drifters would be really good. Yeah.
And Drifters has some ecchi. If I don't know, if you want something a little bit longer, I guess you could.
I mean, Full Metal Alchemist is a classic that people would say is a good starting point for a lot of people.
I guess Mushoku Tensei, I guess recommend in general. Konosuba is just a good show, regardless if you know.
Konosuba would probably work. Yeah.
But then I mean, I've watched too many shows in general just to.
That's what makes it really. That's what makes it really difficult for people like us, because we've watched so many shows. It's like, that's why it becomes so contextual on the person. Like, you have to know the person that you're recommending stuff to, so that you can go, hey, that guy really likes sci-fi type stuff, so maybe he'll like Gundam, right? Because he's into spaceships and Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever. And you could say, hey, you like, this, or even like, oh, you like war stories? You like Saving Private Ryan? You like, American war movies? Gundam would be right up your alley then, because that's like one of Gundam's core things, is it's about war, right?
Hey, want a story about family? Kyoso Ginga.
Kobayashi's dragon.
Why not? If I
about
want
family, yeah.
If I want drama, I do something like Shin Sekaiori, where in episode 8 everybody is gay and fucks all the time.
Everyone is gay. Yeah, so that's kind of so it is very dependent on the thing. Moe Shroom says, my sister and a few of your friends got into anime because of Tenchi Muyo. Yeah. So that's why I don't like this whole I can't recommend. I can't. You like family watch kissing?
Absolutely.
It's good. Absolutely. But this is what I mean, right? I don't like this idea that I can't recommend this to people because of maybe in your friend circles that are super prudish and hate sex or whatever, but if you're gonna recommend it to people that don't give a fuck, they're not gonna give a fuck, are they? So anyway,
yeah, I'm also kind of selecting on first 2 episode impressions, I guess.
Yeah, because you gotta get the person hooked, right? You gotta get first 3 episodes. Hooked, right?
Then I would also say something like Xamt, if you remember that show. Or even something like Call of the Night as a strong starter.
Yeah, that could be good. So anyway, let's continue.
Even if I believe there's a lot of good storytelling that can be found in there too.
Well,
It's awesome. Sharon, it's the best book I've ever read.
I'm a sucker for interesting story concepts, and I'm willing.
What was that?
Oh, I see, I keep seeing the same thing, so maybe.
Oh.
Can you go back
maybe
a second?
Yeah, we might have desynced there a little bit. Are you on South Park right now?
No, not.
Okay,
I'm seeing the list of manga.
Let me play it for a second.
A lot of ecchi anime because of the amount of lewdness and fan service found in them. Even if I believe there's
now it is. Hey, now it's
caught
up.
Hey, there we go. All right,
a lot of good storytelling that can be found in there too.
well,
It's awesome.
One
Sharon,
second.
it's the best book I've ever read.
I'm a sucker.
All right.
Watch together failure. Epic watch together failure.
Epic watch together failure. I will go to a special. Please wait. Thingy. For some reason, it's fixed again.
Epic watch together failure. But anyway, let's continue.
With the ecchi tag, if the story is good enough. But even then, I keep imagining how much storytelling we could have had if we replaced the obligatory beach episodes and the hot spring scenes for something a bit more meaningful and unique. Many manga or anime creators would argue that adding ecchi elements improves sales in an already highly competitive form of entertainment. And I can understand that. If a few beach episodes...
Or maybe they just fucking like it. I mean, I understand the capitalist, the sex sells, that's why they put it in or whatever. But I honestly think that a lot more of the time it's just that the author likes that shit.
Also, why do these dumb anime-tubers always pick anime? That is not a good argument.
Look, hey, maybe to him this is the sexiest fucking thing. This is super fucking lewd, Ali. Maybe you don't know. Maybe that's
because Nagatoro is all about that sadism and masochism, masochistic thing going on, and this is
maybe that's just what he thinks is super lewd. I don't know, but to get back to the point though, I don't like this. If you remember my big rant about gotcha games in China, which the clip just came out, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, which is topical, right? Advertising. But in that, I talk about removing agency from the author, right? Like removing the agency of the developers or the author or the person that does it, right? And I think that the argument of I just added the ecchi, or they just added the ecchi for sales. Maybe that's true some of the time, but I think that unless you have a definitive statement from an author. I don't feel comfortable kind of making that assumption, because I'm more in line to agree to say that an author adds something to the work because they like it. Like Nagatoro, as the example that's on the screen. 774 doesn't need to add the girl running around naked with the big titties, but he does. Multiple times.
I think that's more of a what he wants than necessarily a sales thing. But to keep it on
exactly. That's my point. That's my point, right? It's like I don't think, it's coincidental, right? Causation doesn't equal causation or whatever. It's like I don't think he adds that to the content of the series because he's thinking in the back of his head, man, I'm gonna sell so many copies if I add something that I think is hot into, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. So anyway, I'll leave it.
But a beach episode for a Nagatoro, even if you would say that the beach episode in the Ecchi conventions is a thing that you kind of have to have almost. Even if that's the reason why Nagatoro show has a beach episode. What they do with that beach episode is radically different from your romantic comedy, from your fan, your Love Hinas as the big tentpole legacy example. Nagatoro is way more about giving our main protagonist a little bit more confidence, a little bit more of exposure to female skin. That's right. What I see as the goal of a beach episode in Nagatoro. Well, while in Love Hina, it's about, oh no, they lose their swimsuits, I guess.
Oh no, it's the tropes, right?
Yes.
The bad tropes bad, right? Yeah, so I just want to I think I'll cap it off with just repeating. Yeah, I think that it's not good to assume that it's all capitalism, right?
There are, of course, the editors at the magazines.
Oh yeah, there are, of course, possibly, it happens, obviously, but I think that a lot of the time an author is they just like the shit, dude. They just like it, I don't think they're being forced, But anyway,
so it can increase sales enough to get you a season 2. Then why not, right? It's not much different from adding sexy scenes.
Oh. Oh, and well, hang on. I want to go back because now he's switching into comparing it to real life. I'm kind of interested, so I want to listen to that again.
And I can understand that. If a few beach episodes can increase sales enough to get you a season 2, then why not, right? It's not much different from adding sexy scenes in Western movies to get more people into seats. And just like all art, you can do it tastefully or you cannot.
So that's kind of an interesting point. Because he's saying, okay, well, he's acknowledged the fact that obviously Western media does the same thing, but now he's making a distinction between, there's tasteful and non-tasteful, right? Well, to you, right?
Also, Jin in the chat again. What about the shows that don't have a season? What's about why does he, anime-only perspectives? Well, are they included in the anime because to get a season 2, or are they included because that was what happened in the manga?
Exactly, and that loops back around to my point where it's like the author put that in because they wanted to put that in, right?
At some level, at some level.
On some level. Yeah, well, I would say that outweighs the capitalism argument, I don't necessarily think... I think there's some authors that might, I think, the Redo author obviously made that series, and he's said specifically he was experimenting with that to see if it would do well, right? So that's a bit different, right? So I'm not, but that's the thing. I could back that shit up. I can link to that interview with Joey, and I can say this is what the author actually fucking said, right? I have an ability to do that, whereas this guy can't really do that with Nagatoro. Right? He can't go, hey, 774 said in an interview that he only added the beach scene because of editors or because of capitalism because he wanted to make money, right? So if I'm going to be trying to be good faith, right, I'm not going to assume that an author is being cynical, right? In their reasons for adding something into the show. I would much rather make the assumption in good faith that this is just something they wanted to have in the series, that they like it. They, they wouldn't have drawn it, I guess, if they didn't, want to draw it in some respect, right? Maybe that's just me being naive, but that's where I stand, I guess. That's where I'm at.
It's also, he doesn't really compare Western stuff to
Not really, no.
because he kind of defaults that anime is the weird one in general. I don't feel...
Yeah, there's a difference between tasteful and not tasteful.
But he hasn't showed a single thing that he considers tasteful at all.
Yeah, but for some reason, the anime version is not tasteful. But when Ridley, or whatever her name is from Alien, takes her shirt off, that's tasteful. But when Anime Girl takes her shirt off, that's not tasteful. So for some reason, right? For some reason, right? But yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah.
Still see it as a bit cynical. There are plenty of examples of manga and anime that don't rely on ecchi to be successful. So No Frieren is a smash hit, and it doesn't have any ecchi stuff besides the occasional intimate shot or a booba joke. The creators...
There's like 2 in the entire series.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, at least he acknowledges it, because I've seen people that have been like, oh, Frieren has like no fan service. It's amazing. It's like, nah, shut up. Anyway, what was he about to say? Something about the author? I want to back just a little bit.
Don't rely on ecchi to be successful. So No Frieren is a smash hit, and it doesn't have any ecchi stuff besides the occasional intimate shot or a booba joke. The creators had confidence in the story they wanted to tell, which I think greatly benefited in the show's mainstream appeal. I think
Ecchi authors don't have confidence in the story that they wanted to tell.
That's what I was going to trigger you on, to point you towards.
See, we're both on the same wavelength, right? On this one.
This stuff is why I wanted the video.
Yeah, the man is making a lot of assumptions, right? He's making a lot of the Frieren, they had confidence in their story, so they didn't need to add ecchi, but those gosh darn ecchi authors, they don't care about the story. They just
yeah, let me go to interspecies reviewers, right?
Right.
The most ecchi that's possible on the TV.
Yeah.
Until it wasn't.
So ecchi that Funimation had to drop it because it was too ecchi.
Yes. So interspecies reviewers is interesting in the same way that Delicious in Dungeon, as the English title is, Dungeon Meshi, is interesting because both are fantasy series that are very concerned about how their fantasy series actually work on a more intimate level. Dungeon Meshi wants to know what do people eat in a fantasy world, down to the actual anatomy and where they get the food and how it's processed and where it comes from and how the food is eaten by other predators and plants that then make food.
Basically ecology, or whatever the scientific word is for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, an interspecies reviewers is no different from Dungeon Meshi, because it's very interested in the sexual relationships and how they work for different species, different races.
How do you fuck a slime? How do you fuck a
Lamia, whatever, and
Lamia or whatever?
And what would a half elf think of a Lamia in comparison to a Minotaur?
How would what? And then there was also the episode where they sex change, and it's like, what is the hyena fucking futa fun times, fuck around, find out, right?
Yeah,
so I agree with you. There is not much of a difference in terms of the fact that both of these shows are exploring like mechanics, right?
Yes, they're very concerned about the more mundane and intimate parts of a fantasy world. It's both food and food preparation and food origins and sexual and intimate relationships. How do they work for different races? And while Dungeon Meshi doesn't really have says there is no real difference in eating habits between the races of elves, dwarves, humans, halflings, etc.
So and so, yeah.
But interspecies reviewer says there is a significant difference in the experience of sexual relationships between these races. And what are those? And that is actually a very interesting question. And I would, as a person who runs campaigns in Dungeons and Dragons,
Big Dungeons and Dragons, man, yep.
I would actually just take every conclusion of interspecies reviewers and put it in the Dungeons and Dragons, because it's actually a considered look at it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but Ali, it's just porn though.
Damn.
That's what I hate about this guy and his argument. It's like, I'm sorry, but like this idea that these authors don't give a shit, right? These creators don't give a shit about, the work that they're creating. Like, no, they fucking give a shit.
Yeah, Nretsew, you won this internet debate.
Yeah, I won this internet debate. So because, okay, so I'm gonna do one more point and then go on a comment and then we'll finish.
Yeah.
I'll start with the comment, right? So couldn't you just take his argument and replace Ecchi with comedy? It's, is comedy essentially necessary for a story? Think of how much more focus they could put on the story if they didn't have all these jokes. Yeah, Ali, wouldn't Avengers be so much better if they didn't have the one-liners?
Oh, it would be so much better.
If it would be, yeah, it actually would. It actually would. No, but like you've seen the first Avengers, right? The one with like Loki, and he brings the aliens into New York or whatever.
Yeah,
they're doing the big fight, and Hulk is teaming up with Thor, and they're doing the big fight. Wouldn't that be so much better if Hulk didn't just when they had like a moment to breathe and they're standing next to each other, Hulk didn't just like punch Thor for no reason through a building? Like, wouldn't that joke be so wouldn't it be so much better if Hulk didn't do his whole puny god line after he beat the absolute living shit out of Loki? Wouldn't it be so much better? Because it's just comedy, right? It doesn't add anything to the movie, right? Doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I do. Of course, there are times they could have done a little bit less boobs.
Yeah. But you get the point, though, right? But you get the
of course
kind of point. And now I've completely forgotten what my other point was going to be, because I was going to make a point about. Now I remember. So I've been getting back into my art, right? Getting back into doing my illustration stuff, right? One of the big parts of that has been like having my brain switched on to analysis mode 24/7. So I'm looking at art on Twitter, or like I'm looking at artists' works, right? And I'm trying to like figure out, okay, how did they do that, right? How much work, and you start to notice like, oh man, there's a lot of work that goes into rendering, like, I don't know, like let's use like a thigh, right? Like a chick's thigh, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot that goes into where to put the shadow, how to blend the shadow into the skin color, how to add highlight, how to add texture, how to mix these colors in a way that showcases light, right? In a not necessarily a realistic way, but in a way that allows the monkey brain, when you're zoomed out, to recognize, damn, that thigh's thick and it looks juicy, it looks nice, right? And so there's a lot of work that, like, most people don't recognize that because they're not stuck in analysis mode. They just see the work, right? And their monkey brain kind of just does all the work for them, right? Like, when you're looking at an artwork, your brain actually puts the pieces together and fills in the gaps most, like 90% of the time. When you zoom in on those aspects, right, and you actually start thinking about, okay, how was this drawn, right? And you start to notice the brush strokes, and you start to notice, hey, they used like a mixing brush there. They used a texture of like a certain texture that you could find like on Clip Studio Assets or whatever that you recognize, right? Oh, wow, that's how they, did that, right? You start to realize that there's all this like detail that goes into it that because of how our eyes function and how we just sort of, that it all gets kind of mushed together when you look at something from far away, you don't notice any of that. So I have a sneaky suspicion that might be what's going on here to an extent, right? Where he's not thinking about, okay, how much effort actually would go into this ecchi anime, right? Like, what are the considerations that went into how this was presented, right? And that makes it, you know, good or bad, right? He's just defaulting to, he's just defaulting to, oh, it's sexual, so it's low effort, right?
There
And that's where I have a
people
problem.
called Orimo, of course, trash anime, and then not Orimo, the other one.
Yeah.
Eromanga Sensei.
Eromanga, yeah.
That was the origin of, at least popularized the trash anime thing, and birthed on many other unfortunate things. But Orimo was, I heard somebody claim that Orimo was low effort, or just a one-off done lazy project. When there are so many animation flourishes in that damn show, that is way too much effort for just a soulless piece of work.
Sammy really wants that art stream. You might not get it, because I'm debating whether or not I want to separate my art stuff from my Nretsew the perv persona, for varying reasons that are because I there's some IRL stuff going on with that, so I'm kind of hesitant to do an art stream and show off what I can do, because I'm a bit. We'll see what happens. I might get over that, but we'll see what happens.
Also,
especially since
Nretsew, I've in recent times, like the past year or so, I've also been more discerning in listening into the different layers of music of anime openings, mostly, of course. But for example, there's a guitar in the second opening of Frieren that you can slightly more hear in the second half, but it's also kind of present in the first half, and you only really hear it if you're listening for the layers specifically. But of course, you would notice its absence when it's not there.
Yes. But back to the art stuff though. Another reason is I'm currently in like a training arc right now where I'm trying to get something done somewhat once a month. I finished a work recently, and I'm going to start working on another one now. I've got the line work done, but I gotta do some research into kimonos. I gotta find some reference images, because I'm trying to figure out how to draw the sleeves. Because Ellie, are the sleeves on a kimono because typically they're like open for a little bit and then they kind of converge, and then it's just like a sheet of fabric, or is it like open all the way? That's something I got to figure out. I have to look at some more references on that.
Yeah, if you're talking about kimonos,
totally off topic, by the way.
I am very much appreciative of just throwing a mask on the quick kimono and just putting a pattern on the whole thing. I think.
I'm gonna do that. No, but I have to draw it first. I have to do the line. All right. I have to decide, is it open or closed, right? And how to do that. Like, that's where I'm stumped right now. So I'm gonna.
I like the Sayonara Setsubo Sensei kimonos.
Maybe I need to do some real research, and that's a big part of it too. Like, a big part of doing this art stuff is like researching things and finding references and going like, okay, how do you actually draw this, right? So there's a lot of effort. There's a ton. People really don't fucking understand the effort that goes into the stuff that like that lewd that you saw on Twitter. Like, that's probably the culmination of that artist's like 3 or 4 years of just hard training.
And you can better be sure that every interspecies reviewer sexual combination was also researched with real life animals and heights and weight classes.
Yeah. So I got a challenge. For the chat. Here's a challenge. Next time you see a lewd on Twitter, maybe because I retweeted it, right? Next time you see a lewd on Twitter, I want you to like open as higher resolution version of that lewd as you can find in a new tab, and just kind of zoom in and sort of just try and like analyze it. Like try and think about like where the brush strokes are, where the blending is, how they did like the clothing, how they did like the general anatomy and stuff, and sort of like try and dissect it, because I can guarantee you if you do that as just like even if you're not interested in drawing yourself, like if you just do that as like an exercise, right, it'll probably give you a much greater appreciation for the artistic merit of the things that you're like, enjoying. Just it's kind of like it's kind of like trying to make a game gives you a better like respect for game developers, because you actually get to experience it, in that respect. So anyway, enough massive tangents. Let's man, this entire cast has just been massive tangents. I mean, it's what people come here for, I guess. So
adding ecchi stuff to a story that doesn't need it ultimately harms the storytelling rather than improves it. I had the same problem with Mushoku.
Oh my god!
Oh yes, Mr.
Damn it! It's like every time he talks, it's like there's something to talk about. It's like, oh, the ecchi, like something's just added to something that doesn't need it. It's like, well, what? How, are you the authority? Right? Are you the authority on like what does and doesn't need it? Like, isn't that the author's fucking job? Right? The author is the one that's saying, hey, I want to add. Look what's on screen right fucking now, right? He wanted to add this into the thing to show that Rudy's dad's a bit of a fucking perv, just like him, right?
young parents, on the in the middle of almost nowhere.
Yeah, in the middle of nowhere, he's out here fucking groping her ass, right? Like he wanted to show, like, there's a reason why this scene is here, okay? Is what I'm saying. It's not just, oh, you just decided to fucking toss this in for no reason, Ellie. No reason whatsoever. It doesn't, and it's not even like it needs a justification. Like, I'm not even saying it needs a justification. You could have just added it in because you felt, fuck it, I want to add it in. And it's like, so what? So fucking what?
Nah, this shows character, at least Paul's character at most.
I got okay, I'm gonna try to let him talk, because we aren't even like, I'm gonna give guys a spoiler, we're not even like a third of the way through.
It's all your fault, you know.
It's my fault. I'll take responsibility, I guess. But anyways.
Tensei, or Jobless Reincarnation. It's a beautifully drawn and cinematic anime with quality that is difficult to find in the isekai genre. It has outstanding visual storytelling and does
yeah, do you like that? Do you like that subtle? You like that subtle jab? That subtle jab
I remember the jab in the OG version.
See, you're getting triggered now. It's your fault.
But I can say just play on Nretsew.
Yeah.
Contain a deeper meaning behind Rudius as a character. It's a story about a jobless recluse who gets another chance at a happy life after being reborn in a fantasy world. Sounds like your typical isekai anime, I know, but this one explores trauma and the impact it has on the rest of the person's life. Rudius was a loser who was severely bullied at school, which was the reason why he became a shut-in. He isolated himself from everyone else and delved into degeneracy and escapism. But now, Rudius has a new life, with loving parents, away from modern obsessions, and yet, the trauma of his past still haunts him, which he tries to overcome through his adventure. It's a fairly straightforward setup with great storytelling potential. Luckily, the show delivers on a lot of that potential, though you still have to sit through Rudius.
So it's like he's singing its praises.
Yes.
And he's like, it's so great.
But
God damn it! It's...
Go back 2 seconds also, and then let him talk.
All right.
The trauma of his past still haunts him, which he tries to overcome through his adventure. It's a fairly straightforward setup with great storytelling potential. Luckily, the show delivers on a lot of that potential, though you still have to sit through Rudy as being a complete little pervert. The show tries to justify that by trying to explore Rudius's understanding of relationships. After all, most of his experience with women was from sleazy dating sims and pornography. So it would be very interesting to contrast that against more realistic depictions of relationships. But I don't think the show does that juxtaposition well, especially when Rudius keeps encountering the very generic setups and fan service that he would find in...
But didn't he reject the sex-crazed elf, though?
He doesn't know she's sex-crazed to begin with. But...
Well, yeah, but he, like... Because she hits on him, because I'm remembering, because they were in the bar, right? And, like, she hits on him, and Rudius is like, no, be gone, fot.
No. That's not how it goes, actually. It is, ooh, she's nice. Maybe I can get I can get over Sarah by getting on with her. Oh wait, oh, I have a necklace. Oh, she looks at the necklace and she shows it's this kind of same necklace, and then suddenly she stops.
Right, right.
The
And the reasoning is like, oh, it's like the son of Paul, and that's kind of weird.
Well,
It's like-
she already knows that Rudy is the son of Paul, but she
Well,
was
yeah,
initially
yeah.
stopped by the necklace of Sylphie. And after that,
Right,
she
right.
says, "Oh, you're the son of Paul." That would be awkward.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, because I may have misremembering, but I remember like it wasn't just like straight into it, right? There was some stuff. But anyway, let's continue.
Lazy dating sims. It's very strange when a show seems to be critiquing sexual obsessions, but also benefits from the use of those sexual obsessions. It's a bit like the Netflix movie Cuties,
What?
where the film tries to critique sexualizing kids, bisexualizing kids. It's strange.
I didn't want that shit on the fucking screen. What, is he seriously comparing fucking Mishoko Tensei to Cuties? Ellie, is that what's actually happening right now?
I can confirm
serious?
that you are not hallucinating.
I'm not fucking like losing my fucking mind because we've been here for like fucking, I don't know how long we've been here for, like
Almost 2
Yeah.
hours.
We've been here for 2 hours. Like I don't know what to say to that. That's like, because I get the point that he's trying to make. He's trying to say, oh well, Mr. Jobless, Mishoko Tensei is being critical of
The weird
sexy,
relationship,
but it also uses the weird relation, just like Cuties does that. And first off, no. First off, that is not what happens in Mishoko Tensei at all. I don't actually think like Mishoko Tensei is like. Would you say it's like being critical of that stuff? I don't know if I'd say it's being critical of it.
No, I think
it's not.
in my personal opinion, he's using a word too big, one size too big, right? The show is not really critical of having sexy elements in a show. It's very much more of a Rudy is weird socially and needs fixing that.
Yeah, it's not criticizing the medium itself. It's like I don't. I mean, it's. I guess you could say it's criticizing Rudius's actions as a character somewhat, but even then, I think that's probably a bit. It's a bit loose. It's a bit loose. I'm not. Oh god, it feels weird. I don't like it, Ellie. I don't like this one.
Yeah, well, I say that because Rudy's never really. Nothing good comes from it when he tries to be lewd.
Yeah. Obviously, I mean, he gets his shit kicked in, and
also it gets weird looks and distrust and all that stuff.
It isn't treated as a good thing, yeah. But like, again, it's like compared to Cuties, like
I never watched it though, so I can't.
I never watched it either because I ain't gonna touch that shit with like a fucking 58-meter pole or whatever. I ain't going near that shit. All right, I would not go fucking anywhere near that shit, even to what? Because there's a lot of people, Ellie, that will like similar to your excuse, and I'm gonna keep calling it an excuse to treat you, right? Your excuse of people can find different things in media or whatever. A common argument that people make is, I'm just watching something critically, right? Like I'm watching. I'm like, let's use Mishoko Tensei because that's the example presented, right? I'm watching. I don't like the perviness in Mishoko Tensei. Mishoko Tensei is super pervy, and I hate it, and I hate everything about it. I hate it, but I'm watching it critically, so it's okay, right? People use that argument for stuff like Cuties, where it's like, I watched Cuties, but I watched it critically, so it's okay, Ellie. It's okay that I watched the child exploitation movie because I watched it critically. And I'm like, no, you know what, Ellie? I don't have to watch Cuties. So I'm not going to watch Cuties, right? See, I'm in the position of the person that is uncomfortable with a thing, right? I'm not going to watch fucking Cuties. I have no interest whatsoever. I don't give a shit what else is in Cuties, right? I am not watching that fucking shit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
right?
I was going to say
Like
something.
I'm not going to critically consume Cuties. Okay.
I don't mind the excuse of I'm going to watch it critically, because the people who would watch something critically are always in the smallest minority
Yeah, but
possible.
the problem I have is the people saying that are not actually watching it critically. That's what I'm saying. They're just saying they are. They're just saying they're watching it critically so that they can get away with watching it without getting like lambasted for watching.
That's a little bit
right?
more of a intention, looking for, knowing the intention or guessing.
Oh no, I think
guessing
I think that's majority. I mean, you just said yourself, people that are actually consuming something critically are probably in a minority. So I honestly will assume that most people that use that excuse are definitely fucking just trying to cover their ass, right? Because they know they're watching something that is going to get them fucking lambasted by their in-group, or they're going to get called weird, or they're going to get, because these people care a lot about how other people perceive them, apparently, right? So they naturally want to try and defend themselves from accusations of, ooh, you're watching the Ecchi show, that's super, you're watching Interspecies Reviewers, isn't that like just porn? Why are you watching porn? They can just turn around and go, haha, but I'm watching it critically. And I can criticize it.
Did you know that?
So I'm totally not watching it because I like watching the guy have sex with the monsters. I'm totally not, Ellie. Totally not. No, I'm watching it critically. Look at me critically. I'm going to be critical of it. I'm super critical. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? That's the kind of shit where I'm like, nah, you're not fucking critically consuming that shit. You're just watching it and you want to cover your shit. That's what's happening.
You know me. I back off when intentions are
too good faith. Good faith, Ali.
Are needed to be guests.
too generous. Too willing to give people
such a generous man. You don't do.
I think it's because it's like I mentioned like 2 hours ago. Like I've actually encountered people like this in the wild that are so they're real, right? People that do this are real, right? So I'm like, nah, you are not fucking watching it. You can't get away with watching the thing that you think is like literal CP by just saying, oh, but I watched it critically though. Because if there was something that I thought was actual, like, that kind of content, I wouldn't fucking watch it. And that's why I don't watch Cuties, and I'm never going to watch Cuties. Because I'm like, that shit, it just makes me, like, nah, fuck that.
Alright, let's continue, Nretsew.
Yeah, because, oh, God, why did he have to fucking bring up Cuties? That's, it feels so wrong.
Strange. It just seems a bit hypocritical, that's all. But if season 1 of Mushoku
Oh yeah, it's just a little hypocritical. It's just a little hypocritical, Alec. Just fucking.
Tensei wasn't explicit enough for you, then perhaps season 2 will be, as Rudius attends the College of Magic to overcome his biggest challenge yet, erectile dysfunction.
To be fair, the fact that was the entire arc was pretty fucking funny.
Yeah, but it's not about a big social crippling mental block thing.
There was I'd have to go find it again, but there was like a psychologist who put out a really interesting thread on Twitter, which was basically like talking about how Mushoku Tensei handled the topic, right? And it was a really good read, actually. It was a really, really, really good read about how erectile dysfunction can be caused by trauma, which can be caused by being like used the way that Rudius was by Eris, and how her running, basically being so intimate with him and then abandoning him would cause him to
fear
future rejection, and internalize feelings of like, oh, am I not good enough, so and so, and that can cause erectile dysfunction in men on a psychological level because it's not a physical reaction, right?
Mhm.
And then it talks. It was an interesting because then it talks about obviously how the other chick reacted to it and how she thought that it was because she wasn't good enough, right?
And then acts out because
and
she
she
wants...
acts out, and then that just makes Rudius even worse, right? And that and it was an interesting commentary on how that causes problems with relationships and whatnot. So there was a lot to talk about. So even though we joke about it, right, and we could joke about how, oh yeah, lol, it's the whole arc was about erectile dysfunction, right? Lol, lamau, right? It's still really interesting, right? And if you actually like, I don't know, take it seriously, it's I feel like it's it's interesting stuff. Also, it's a funny fact, funny note, right? I'm looking at like the view count, right? And I think we lost like 2 people when we were talking about fucking cuties.
Oh no. I don't blame.
I'm not
blaming you.
Not blaming you, no, because that shit is. Oh, I don't want to talk. I wish I could just like memory hole that thing existing, because it was such a fucking like. Oh god. But all right, not to dwell on it. We've got to move on, right? But yeah, just thought it was fun. Oh look, and then we just go. And now we're back up to 7.
Hey, just as planned.
Hey.
Also, I see your comment, Jin. The YouTube doesn't allow it on the big screen.
Oh shit! Yeah, I have to remember to go back to live chat. I always forget. Holy fucking shit! Yeah. Yeah. For some, we haven't figured out how to get live chat to work on the widget. So Ali's gonna have to see if
it's even possible. Maybe it's not.
If it's even possible. I have to remember to switch it to live chat so I can see everyone's comments, because I keep forgetting to do that. But anyway, let's continue.
And sure, one can argue that erectile dysfunction is a mature subject that would be interesting to explore in a fantasy setting, and does also complement Rudius' character growth from being a degenerate towards learning to actually have true feelings for someone. I guess I personally don't like how
but yeah,
he doesn't.
Yeah, you're waiting for that.
But he doesn't personally like.
Yeah, but
direct the show is about that. Typically fantastical elements.
Well, what the fuck do you want then? Like, do you want the show to have a serious like conversation about erectile dysfunction or not? Like, what do you want it to just be like a meme? Do you want to just be like, haha, hocus pocus, your dick is now a pocus, right? Like, what do you want?
Now you have small PP.
Yeah. I cast small PP, small PP winliosis or whatever, right? Fucking. And how does he solve his problem, Ellie? He solves his problem. Oh, I'm gonna cast big chungus manungus. Like that. Oh god, I hate it when people do this stuff where it's like they don't like know what they want. Right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, do you want the show? Because honestly, like, I mean, we just talked about it, right? Like, there was a psychologist that literally went into how Mushoku Tensei did a pretty decent job at talking about the subject in a pretty mature way and showcasing the the consequences and issues around it, and without having to like worry about the stigma, right, of even talking about it at all, right? Because topics like that are so stigmatized within society to even get into without getting lulled out of the room, right? So we just had that conversation, and now he's immediately going into well, I mean, it was kind of good, but I mean,
I watched my fantasies. I didn't.
I want my fantasy. Where my fantasy at? Like,
okay, if you can go back 5 seconds.
Yeah, I want to listen to that again. Yeah. A little bit more. Yeah. Okay.
Challenge yet. Erectile dysfunction. And sure, one can argue that erectile dysfunction is a mature subject that would be interesting to explore in a fantasy setting, and does also complement Rudius' character growth from being a degenerate towards learning to actually have true feelings for someone. I guess I personally don't like how direct the show is about that. Typically, fantastical elements such as monsters, fantasy worlds, and magical powers are often allegories or metaphors that creators use to explore real-life issues, and thus can express their views on those issues in more creative and diverse ways. In Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2.
So, basically, he wants it to be more hush-hush esoteric about it. He doesn't want it to literally just be Rudius has ED. It has to be some allegory.
But
For
Rudius
talking about it.
only really had literal traumas about his past
Yeah.
and his relationships.
Yeah, it's God. That's so fucking like typical, right? It's so typical where it's like, no, Ali, we can't talk about the thing. We can't talk about the thing directly. We have to be. Yeah. Samu puts it right. It has to be done correctly, which means we have to like beat around the bush, and we have to talk. We have to use his like maybe his mana. He's got low mana all the time now. After getting
Weird. He's
yeah.
trained his mana all the time. Why you say he's low
Yeah,
mana?
Oh, now he's got no mana. Oh, he has to solve his mana problems, right? Like we can't.
But
we can't
relationships forming.
Yeah, we can't literally talk about ED because that's gross, disgusting, direct no. Can't talk about the sex at all because I assume this guy's American, right? Like you can't.
I guess.
No,
Yeah.
sex ed outside of sex ed. No talky about the sexy, dick bad. No, he can't have literal ED and talk about the literal ED. It has to be fantastical or whatever. Like fuck off. Fuck. Like. Oh God! All right, what's this about Sam Raimi's Spider-Man? Let's find out.
Peter loses his powers because he suffers from self-doubt and other psychological issues. One could interpret his inability to use powers as an allegory for erectile dysfunction. Both Peter
So Rudy doesn't have erectile dysfunction, but Spider-Man does.
Okay, hang on. I have to breathe. I have to calm down. That was fucking stupid.
It's not the wrongest view on Spider-Man.
It's not. It's just fucking funny.
That he grants it he would rather grant this allegory to Spider-Man than a literal...
he would rather be like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man does a better job talking about erectile dysfunction because it does it via an allegory of him losing his powers rather than, let's just literally talk about the fucking subject at hand, right? Like, I actually haven't watched Sam Raimi's Spider-Man in a long time, so I don't actually remember like why did he lose his powers again? I can't actually remember.
He said anxieties.
Was it anxieties? I actually don't. Yeah, sometimes the web shit is clogged.
I did like that in these movies it's a biological. I never really
tangent. Yeah, I kind of like that too. I thought it was pretty good. Yeah,
I never liked mechanical Spider-Mans.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I always found it weird when it was mechanical. But no, oh God, I got to get over just the ridiculousness of the argument, right? Like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man is an allegory for erectile dysfunction. Oh fucking hell. Okay. Let me compose myself a little bit.
Yeah.
I gotta calm down. So let's talk about the subject properly, right? So the issue with this argument is what he's basically saying is he would rather have the topic be talked about via allegory and hocus pocus can't hidden, obscured, right? Rather than just have a story go into the subject directly. Because I'm going to assume that the argument is that he feels this is more creative because having to beat around the bush and use an allegory is more creative than just talking about it outright. Right, that's my good faith interpretation of his argument, right? And Jake just walks into Spider-Man. Can we get I gotta go find a picture of Spider-Man to send you so we can put Spider-Man. We'll put SPOOODER up on the screen. I'll have a look while we
Yeah. No, it's
while we're
just
talking.
so.
I'll let you give your thoughts for a minute.
Yeah, no, it's weird. He, maybe deeper down, he has some weird expectation that fantasies always has to be fantastical. That the events and worlds and stories and logic of a fantasy world have to be fantastical. That's 550. That's yeah. Oh, I lost my train. Yeah, basically that you can know that you can't have a serious and real life story in a fantasy setting. But why not, right? Why
not?
Why not? Well, Dungeon Meshi is very real about the food it cooks, even if it comes from fantasy monsters. And then to pull that example back up again of interspecies reviewers, it's very serious about the serious sexual relationships and sexual dynamics.
Here's like the rules around the gender change potion. You're not allowed to leave the fucking brothel while you're gender changed because it's illegal because people do the tricking and stuff. Like, they didn't have to go into that, but they explained it anyway. Also, I sent you a picture in the pop chat. I think it's a transparent ping, so it should be good.
Yeah, let me, open my fifth monitor screen.
Your fifth monitor. You can put that up next to the magnifying glass or something. It can be our little companion for the rest of this, because we're about halfway. We're getting close to halfway. We're almost there. But you can put him up on the little corner, and we can have him as our little. He can be our little companion.
Oh, I don't have the media bin yet in here.
Yeah, because you were talking about that to me earlier. Your fancy new little thing that you can do.
1 second. Well, it's
yeah. I'll entertain the chat. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that Spider-Man is an allegory for ED? What do you guys think? Oh, we got looking up the magical girls that showed up on screen.
Oh no! There he is.
Oh no! Yeah, there he is. Maybe a little bigger. Make him fit in the gap. A little.
1 second.
Nicer. Yeah.
Right. There.
Here we go. I'm watching him.
Friendly neighborhoods erectile dysfunction Spider-Man.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. 90s Spider-Man can certainly be argued for. Okay. All right. So we got one for Spider-Man being about ED. Look at him. Little we got Spooderman. All right. Well, let's continue.
Peter and Rudius have to overcome their internal challenges that are holding them back, but I much prefer the allegory of Spider-Man 2's approach rather than Mushoku Tensei's. It encourages the viewer to...
What?
Well, he kind of implies that he actually believes that Spider-Man 2 is about erectile dysfunction.
Yeah, I don't think that was like the allegory they were going for there. But like, I don't think people were watching Spider-Man 2 thinking, "Oh man," because didn't he like start losing his powers because of like, fuck, what was it? It was like,
I never watched
because that's the one with Octopus, right? Doc Ock,
yeah,
right? And like there was the reactor, and like the reactor like did something to his fucking
spider
genetics or something.
genes.
Spider genes. I don't remember. It's been so fucking long. Jesus.
I never watched Spider-Man 2 or 3. I only watched 1.
I mean, people shit on the Sam Raimi Spider-Mans, but I mean, they have a special place because I watched them as a kid, so I'm kind of biased.
Sam brings in the lore.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, there's got to be some reason Peter in the movies is always bitchless. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was something from the comics, Ellie. Apparently, like Peter's sperm is like radioactive and it like kills MJ or something. I can't remember the exact specifics. There was something about how it's like comics are weird. Okay, like people talk about anime being weird. Like, fucking, come on, that's fucking ridiculous. But anyway, get back on topic, right? Yeah, I don't think Sam Raimi was like trying to like say something about erectile dysfunction in Spider-Man 2. Somehow.
I mean, from what
he divorces the first movie's context about its core message than the second movie highlights. Okay, all right, yeah.
I forget. Yeah. I'm forgetting the entire plots of.
Yeah, don't worry about
and
it.
And I never watched 2 or 3 anyway. But I think it's odd that he gives the erectile dysfunction allegory to Spider-Man. Well, it's questionable. I mean, it can be, but it's questionable. But he doesn't want Mushoku Tensei to talk about it explicitly. It's weird.
And it certainly wasn't. I don't think it was intentional on Spider-Man's part. Like, you could probably make the argument, I'm sure, right? But I don't. I don't think it would be intentional. Whereas Mushoku Tensei, it's very intentional. It's definitely intentional. Also, I'm probably going to have to dip out and get a drink in a minute because I can feel my throat getting coarse from all that laughing.
Oh no.
But anyway,
to think a bit more about the superpower and what it could mean, whereas Mushoku Tensei just says what it is. Mushoku Tensei does storytelling pretty well, and the ecchi stuff is an integral part of Rudeus as a character, but I still kind of wish it wasn't. It is the story.
What
do you want then?
But this isn't ecchi.
Alright, hang on. I'll be back in a sec.
Alright. My big take. Rudy having sex or attempting to have sex here is not ecchi. This is, if you want to put it into a category, it's drama. It is relationships and how they go fantastically wrong in 1,000 ways and shatter a person, just like your drama animes do. People getting naked is not ecchi on into itself, right? People getting shot doesn't.
Returned yet.
People getting shot doesn't make it an action shonen. People fighting doesn't make it a battle or tournament arc. People fighting.
Jake, that is a great way to sum up Spider-Man right there. With great power comes great responsibility. With great responsibility comes great power. But anyway, so quickly summarize while I was gone what you were talking about.
Nudity, people getting naked is not ecchi. I would say this is far more of a drama. In dramas, people have sex all the time. People fighting, it doesn't make it a shonen.
Right,
people getting shot doesn't make it a
I can agree with you on that then, because I feel like this is like the.
He says this is an ecchi scene.
Yeah, I don't think this is ecchi. No, I mean, definitionally, you could say yes.
No.
I mean, it's sexual content. No, it's sexual content, right? Like, if we're gonna say, oh, it's sexual content, because you have to. I'm imagining, like, okay, what definition is he using? He's probably using like the colloquial English definition that ecchi equals sexual content, right? So definitionally, I could understand him calling this ecchi. However, I don't think that you would call Game of Thrones incest fucking in the tower to be ecchi, right? You wouldn't call that ecchi, would you? You would just call that sexual content, right?
Yeah.
So I agree with you that it's weird. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to, like, in good faith, kind of pass out what his logic possibly is, right?
Yeah, but maybe this wasn't in the original video, or I didn't get to the entire. The entire end. I left with a third on the left to watch
on the phone.
Yeah. But if he thinks this is ecchi, I'm not surprised that he thinks ecchi is overpopulated or too broad.
Yeah. That's
that the author wants to tell, and I can't necessarily critique it too much because the writing is consistent with the character and the world. But it's kind of like making a war movie and one of the soldiers has to hide in a women's hot spring to.
Oh look, AI time.
Oh no.
We can talk about how much, Ali, you love AI, don't you? You're a big fan of it.
I don't. I have various opinions on depending on the circumstances of it.
I think one day we'll have a cast where we cover an AI video.
Yeah,
or
if you
something.
have some
Probably
proper overlays for it.
Because you and I have like differing opinions. I think
Not too
on
different, I guess.
Well,
but-
not too different, but I think there's enough for us to have a debate about it.
Yeah, sure.
Because we've like talked about it in text chats before.
We
so
were
I think
though.
there's
I
enough
won
of it.
most internet debates today.
Yeah. Anyway, back to his point though, right? I might just go back so we can
No,
listen to
but
that again.
he says that this Rudy having erectile dysfunction and failing to have sex and all the drama and anxiety and etc. and spiraling into depressions that it ensues is like a soldier having to hide in a woman's hot spring.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me listen to it.
Just says what it is. Mushoku Tensei does storytelling pretty well, and the ecchi stuff is an integral part of Rudy as a character, but I still kind of wish it wasn't. It is the story that the author wants to tell, and I can't necessarily critique it too much because the writing is consistent with the character and the world. But it's kind of like making a war movie and one of the soldiers has to hide in a woman's hot spring to get away from the enemy. Technically it's consistent, but man, you're desperate to write that hot spring scene, aren't you? Much like
Well, what if the entire fucking war movie is like slapstick type shit like that? You know, like what's the context, right? Like what do you?
It's a war movie.
like-
It's drama. It's about heroics and sacrifices. And
I mean, what if he? What's going to happen? He's going to like. Well, first off, you'd have to answer the question of like, why would the woman be in the hot tub to begin with? Like, if there's a war going on. I mean, I don't know. I guess you could probably find some way to do it. I'm not gonna go too hard on that example because, like, I get what he's trying to say, right? It's like to him, it feels like because he mentions, you know, he understands that that's what the author wanted to do for Mushoku Tensei. He can't criticize it too much. It's inconsistent with the world. It's so and so and so and so. But then he still tries to say
that it's
no,
has no
it's-
real place for it.
yeah, it's still bad, right? Like, even though he like acknowledges all of these things that we've talked about already, he still can't just let it go. You know, it's still bad. Sex bad, Ellie. Sex, no talk of sex. Sex bad, right?
Indeed,
He can't just let it go, right? So, yeah. Let's continue.
many other art snobs of the film degree, I do have a bad habit of expecting too much from the media I watch.
Here, we have the protagonist, but where's the antagonist? Huh? Where's the drama?
I often fall into the trap of reading the synopsis and already coming up with all kinds of different themes and cool story beats that
Oh my god, it is literally, it's not what I would do.
But it wasn't like the last video we covered said the same thing.
Yeah, kind of. I can't remember which one it.
No, it
like,
wasn't the one
wasn't
before,
gaming
right?
one. Yeah.
Oh, he was bored with anime because he already knew everything from the first episode. in the
Yeah,
synopsis
yeah. So it's like he reads the synopsis and then he like comes up with, oh man, what could this possibly be? Here's all of these different interpretations of what it could possibly be that I have come up with in my head, and then he's disappointed that it doesn't meet the expectations of that he set for himself instead of taking it at face value, right?
All right,
So-
Nretsew, I'm going to do something that is some maybe a little bit similar, but it's more of a predicting of.
You're gonna. I gotta hold your beer. I gotta hold Ellie's beer. He's gonna.
All right,
he's
Nretsew
gonna do
Freerun,
something.
right? Freerun OP. You know the OP, right?
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
At one point, the two test taker, the two test administrators, are having a tea party, right?
Yeah.
Right, and they say from them it's raining over there outside the dome, right?
Yeah.
Right. Remember the OP?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Remember they're having a tea party and it's raining, and the girl has an
Yeah.
umbrella out. Yeah. In the OP.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
But in the show there's a barrier, and it's not raining there.
There can't be any rain.
No.
The show's ruined. The show's ruined. It's
The
over.
OP is wrong. There's a
The OP is
barrier.
wrong. No. How can this be? What has happened? It's ruined. Anime ruined. 0 out of 10. Can't.
The barrier is going to be broken.
Yeah. So
predicting.
yeah.
I'm still very interested in how and when and where and whatnot.
Yeah. We'll see what happened. But anyhow, yeah, I think this is a case of he's setting himself too high expectations, or he's coming up with his hypotheses way too early, right? And then he's disappointed that it's not
Imagining cool stuff.
my perfect interpretation. No, how could this be?
I have started to write a little story for myself. It has less than 2,000 words, so it barely qualifies for chapter 1. But sometimes I imagine the cool stuff that I would include in future chapters, like chapter 8 or something. But that's way too far off to even start writing. So it's all still in my head of the super cool story, and then I start, writing 5 lines, and damn, I'm still not at that cool part that I'm imagining. That's what you do to yourself.
Fighting Dreamers tells the story Ninja Wars, kids doing exams. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
The show could have only leads to disappointment when none of those ideas are utilized. Now, it doesn't mean I'm upset that the creator didn't use my ideas. I'm upset they didn't use any interesting ideas, especially when the...
Well, fuck, I have to pause every 2 seconds. To you, right? Interesting ideas to you, right? Because... Look, let's use slave soldier. I don't like using chain soldier because localization. But slave soldier, right? Mm-hmm. The whole idea of the show is the female, her main ability is she enslaves the things, right? Mm-hmm. She enslaves the things, and that grants the things power. So she enslaves the male character. The male character can transform into the big
monster thing.
Monster thing, right? And then he does the cool fight. He does cool fight. He beats the bad guy. But then the Ecchi element is that he has to be rewarded by her as part of the way the power works, right? So that means that he gets sexual, she'll kiss him or show him her breasts, or step all over him and do sexual stuff with him, right? And she is literally compelled to do this. She can't refuse the reward.
Just she has to do it. He can't really. He's kind of compelled to fight in a similar.
Yeah. So there's a duality. So there's a duality there, right? There's an interesting duality there that how the power works is kind of like a yin yang sort of thing, right? Like he's being kind of, enslaved and forced to fight, but then she's also being forced to reward him for doing things on her behalf, right? And so to him, maybe that sounds like a stupid idea. That's so boring. Oh, it's so dull or whatever. But I don't know. I think that's kind of interesting. And then you also have the dynamic that gets introduced later on, or in the anime right now, right? I mean, you're caught up, aren't you? Or are you watching?
No, I actually haven't watched Slave Soldier.
So the element that gets introduced later on and somewhat now is that she can loan him out to other people, right? So what happens is one of the other characters gets to have him as her slave, and when he transforms for other people, his transformation actually changes
to adapt to the person
adapt to the person, yeah. And so, but they also have to do the reward, right? So it's instead of the main girl having to do the reward, if another girl takes control of him, they have to do the reward, and that leads to Ecchi with all the other characters, basically, right? And you could say, okay, maybe they only did that. So the cynical interpretation, they only did that so that they could do fan service with all the other characters, right? Quote unquote, right? Or alternatively, this could be an interesting way to kind of showcase, wow, okay, so he changes into a speed-focused form when he's with this person, or a recon focused form when he's with this other person, or a strength focused form when he's with this other person. And maybe that says something about that character and their underlying personalities and how they view him and how his powers change, right? And that kind of thing.
Yeah, I do, but to be fair to everybody in the world, I do think it's more of a indie excuse category with some quotation marks around excuse.
Yeah, you could say that, but the question's not whether or not it's excuse. The question is whether or not the idea is interesting, right? So you could say, yeah, it's an excuse just to get more fan service, but is the actual idea an interesting idea? Because that's his claim. His claim is, oh, he's come up with all these ideas that he thinks is interesting, and he's disappointed that the show isn't using any interesting ideas at all. So obviously he's making the claim that what Slave Soldier is doing isn't interesting to him. And that's fine. If he doesn't think it's interesting, that's good. That's his opinion. But that doesn't make it not interesting, right? At least to people like me, right? Because I think that's because I think, in my opinion, I think that the idea of having like a slave that changes forms based on the user, and there is a requirement that the user has to reward the slave in order to use the power. So there's a cost-benefit analysis going on here, right? I think that's interesting. I think there's some stuff to talk about with that, right? But
I mean, I've read the manga. There are plenty of after fight reward scenes where some character arc is resolved through the lootness, and it's fine enough.
So to go on to some chat, so it's about the double standard of sex versus violence. She needs him for violence. He needs her for kind of. I wouldn't say it's like need in a sense. I mean, that's an interesting there's an interesting idea there about like the duality of like sex and violence, and that I don't think that's necessarily what the series is going for. I mean, I'm up to date on the manga, right? So I'm quite far ahead. I know what's coming, right? I don't necessarily think that was intentional, but I think that is an interesting idea to explore, actually, and I'd have to think about that a bit more. That's actually a really interesting thing, where it's like, yes, he's transforming and committing violence on behalf of the girls, right? But then the girls have to perform lewd acts in order to facilitate, and the yin yang type stuff. So that's an interesting way to put it. And then Jake comes in and says, it sounds like misplaced expectations. That's willed in, that is willed into a work. He's setting himself up for disappointment. I agree. I think he is definitely setting himself up for disappointment.
No, so I can imagine that you set yourself up for disappointment when you first put a pen to paper and think of a cool thing that you want to draw, and it doesn't work out exactly. Just like I said.
I have that all the time.
My writing, I think of the cool stuff way in advance that I'll never get.
There's so in some of my research and doing like art stuff recently, and kind of watching a lot of videos on it, and I think it was something that Hololive Ina, right, actually said in one of her streams. She mentioned that the stuff that you see in your head, right, the stuff that you imagine in your head that you want to draw, you are probably 5 years away from actually being able to do that, right? No, well, listen, because it's actually interesting, because she mentions you're 5 years away of practice to being able to do that. And then when you reach that 5 years and you're able to do what you had in your head 5 years ago, the thing that's in your head now is going to be another 5 years away. But it's going to be like more of a flat line to get there. Because when you start out from zero, you have to, there's a graph. Imagine a graph, right? You have like one line and then the bottom line, right? You're starting at the very bottom in the corner, right? And then you got to kind of arc yourself up over those 5 years to get to that first point. And then you kind of have like a straight kind of, it's a lot easier to go from the first 5 years to the next 5 years, right? And I thought that was a really interesting way to think about it, right? Is like, the stuff that you see in your head, you are very far off from being able to actually do that, right?
Yeah,
you have to actually work to do that, right? And I think that applies
Yeah,
Ollie,
I do limit myself a little bit, at least in the video editing stuff, in this layout over making and thumbnail making.
Spooder man, putting Spooder man on the screen. Yeah. So yeah, no,
Look, he fades in and out now. I can do that stuff.
Oh, does he?
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. So yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Premise has so many good opportunities. But no, it's Ecchi, and the creator apparently just wanted to draw middle school girls stripping out of their clothes and doing questionable things. And who am I to stop them?
Your favorite show, Nretsew?
Yeah, I know we're about to get into it, but like, I hate this. Like, oh, they just wanted to do the lewds, you know? It's like, okay, maybe they did, but I mean, does that like? We literally just had an interesting like hypothesis discussion about what, you know, the whole slave aspect of slave soldier means and the possible duality between the violence and the sex. We had that discussion just now, but no, Ali, it's just porn. He just wanted to have underage characters naked. That's
Damn.
it. That's all there is to it. There's nothing else to it. You can't. No. That's it. There's no other justifications, right? It's not like, you know, there's any other substance there. You know, dismiss it. We have to dismiss it. You know, because it's sexual, right? You know, and God, I hate it. All right, here we go. Halfway into the video. We're about to get into it. Let's see what he has to say. I'm going to go back because I think he's about to say something interesting. So I kind of want to hear it.
Ecchi, and the creator apparently just wanted to draw middle school girls stripping out of their clothes and doing questionable things. And who am I to stop them and their audience from enjoying their smut?
So yeah, who am I to stop them and the audience from enjoying their smut?
How long is this video, by the way?
17 minutes, and we're 8
that's
minutes.
5 minutes longer than I had. So I think he just added more stuff into it.
Maybe, yeah. So to talk about the point, so this is what I mean by him like dismissing, right? He's super dismissive of it, right? Oh, those perverts in their smut, Ellie. Those perverted. Who am I to get in the way of these lower class, these lower people in their smut? Ugh, it's so. Ugh. That's what I'm.
South Park barfing funny.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Fess up, you little perv. I know
Also using dub, correct?
this is what you like to draw.
I'm of course talking about Mahou, Shoujo ni
Here we go. Alright, let's listen.
Akogarate, or gushing over magical girls.
Hey, use the right one. Use the right one.
It is the official title.
Yeah, alright.
I don't know how the show came under my radar, but I heard it's going to be one of those hot new releases, and everyone's gonna...
How would you not know? How would you not know, dude? Anyone that was talking about this was gonna be talking about it. I was talking about it being like, this is gonna trigger Twitter. This is gonna make everyone so mad.
I remember.
So itchy.
I remember your first set was, oh, it's going to be bad. It's going to be so censored. It's worthless.
Well, I was worried about that. Yeah, that was what I was worried about. I was talking about how, you know, I was worried that, oh no, there's no way they could adapt this, right? There's no way in today's climate. And I have been pleasantly proven wrong. I have been absolutely pleasantly proven wrong completely by that, right? So the fact that this guy is like, oh no, I think he's lying. I'm gonna be like real bad faith here, right? I do not think that he could have seen discussions about this show or have this show pop on his radar and not know about the content. I think it's fucking impossible, right? So either he's being disingenuous, right? Or he's stupid.
No, right? I do. Yeah, he like Jake says, right? He just read the synopsis and was thought of a super cool story.
I don't know. No, because he mentioned it popped on his radar, and he said people were hyping it up. So I'm like, if people are like, the only people that were hyping this up were people like me. So I don't know. I'm getting red flags, all right? I'm getting a vibe, right? I'm getting a vibe.
Let's watch further.
Yeah, let's watch. Let's continue.
I'll be looking for. Read the synopsis, and I was optimistic about it. Here's
Okay, he read the synopsis, right? Right, okay.
Here's the premise. Hiragi Utena is a typical, shy, middle school outcast who doesn't have any friends. The only joy she does seem to have is her
Well, it's not like she doesn't have. She kind of doesn't have friends. Like, they do interact with her, I guess. Like, it was shown, like, in the first episode that the pink-haired one, like, does interact with her a little bit.
Well, it's kind of the first time she does, kind of.
She's kind of like background character-y, kind of. I don't know. I think I'm being a bit too trigger happy. I need to I need to calm down. I need to get ready. It's because I know I can feel it coming, Ellie. I can feel it. I can feel it. I'm getting tilted. Let's go.
passion for magic who exists in this world. But in this world, the magical girls are like superheroes, who are known to the public. Think like Sailor Moon, but as a Marvel's Avenger. They have action figures of them, merch, photo shoots, all that good stuff. Utena idolizes these magical girls, and one day, a magical mascot creature shows up and offers her the power to be a magical girl too, which sounds like a dream come true, but turns out she was given the power to be a villainess and is forced to fight against the magical girls she idolizes. Think of it like you thought you were going to be a Power Ranger, but instead you got the role of Rita Repulsa. And I'll be honest, I love the premise, because there's so...
This guy actually didn't know. Are you fucking for real?
He read the synopsis.
He read the synopsis and he didn't look into it any like at all. He didn't do any other research into the show. I'm flabbergasted right now. This is fucking great.
Nretsew,
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fucking believe it before. That's why I was accusing him of being dishonest, because I literally couldn't fucking believe it. But now I'm starting to believe. I'm actually starting to believe, Ellie, that he didn't know.
He prints out the synopsis on his printer and he takes it on a stack of paper. He puts it on his desk next to his recliner. He takes it on his recliner chair and picks up the synopsis and reads it through. Then
he reads the first paragraph, apparently, because apparently he didn't read the next.
And then he picks up his pipe and he reads it and then puts it down and ponders what it could be.
He didn't watch any of the trailers. He didn't look at the Twitter.
He drinks a little bit of his scotch and then picks up a cigar and smokes the cigar and contemplates the story, how it could be.
He literally didn't know. I'm fucking... Okay,
and then he goes to Sunday school and then...
Because there's so...
Sorry, I didn't... I can't... I'm fascinated to know more about this
go
story.
ahead.
Let's go.
So much you can do with it, and so much subtext to get out of this premise alone. The fact that Utena is given the role of a villain could be metaphoric of how social outcasts are often seen as villains by their peer.
Nretsew, he had expectations.
Oh, this poor innocent child. This poor man. This poor man. Look, you want to know how I knew this show, this series, when I found the manga for this? It's got the sexual violence tag, Ellie.
Oh,
it has sexual violence tag, right? On I think it does on Dex. I'll check. I'll fact check myself, right? Like I'm browsing and I'm looking for stuff that's up my alley, right? And you know, I have all the lewd tags going, right? And I'm like, damn, look, this gushing over magical girls, right? It's got that tag on it. That might be it. Yeah, it's got erotica. It's got the erotica tag and the sexual violence tag. And I'm like, okay, I've got all right, that's going to happen in it at some point, right? Don't know anything else yet, but that's going to happen. And then I start reading it and I'm like, yep, here we go. This is going to be good, right?
So you owe somebody a kiwi beer.
Yeah, I know. Apparently, yeah, I know. I was mentioning that while you were ratting off on your little.
Oh, sorry.
your little thing.
Self-absorbed.
But like, yeah. So, like, I cannot. Like, this is why I'm having such a bad time, like, believing that he didn't know, right? Because it's like, yeah, like, okay, maybe on Mal it doesn't have a sexual violence tag, high impact sexual violence. Yeah, 658. Yeah, like on fucking Mal, maybe it doesn't have like a tag for that or whatever. But like if you look up the manga, it does. If you look up anything about the show, it does, right? So maybe this is just like a problem we need to solve, right? We need like a rating system or something, so that when the advertising for these shows happen, yeah, 0Z or something, we need to like educate people on how to fucking like actually find shit, right? Because come on, man, come on, you fucking. All right. Enough fact checking. Let's get
while the pups, or in this case the magical girls, get admiration, friends, and status. In the first episode, Utena doesn't even want to battle, but the magical girls are so used to fighting villains, they just see her pleading as deception. Again, all great concepts to explore social stigma where it's okay to beat up bad guys because, well, they're bad guys. The story could have also been a hero's journey for Utena, as the power.
Man, this is some fan fiction shit.
Yeah.
This guy came up with a whole other series in his head. No wonder he was disappointed, he's coming up with this whole other fucking show in his head, and then he's gonna get met with, nah, it's about fucking BDSM. Like, come on, man.
As the power and role of a villainess could allow her to gain more confidence and even start to see the flaws and weaknesses in the hero she idolizes, learning to...
You know what the funny thing about this is? It kind of is a hero's journey.
Yeah, I mean, he rushed through the
He even had it on the screen. Like, he kind of is. All right.
To appreciate and value herself more than idolizing someone else. Maybe she learns to accept herself for who she is, which allows her to make more friends and have a more fulfilling life. Or it could just be a thin veil to drape over copious amounts of kinky, degenerate smut.
There it is, Ellie!
Yes.
There it is!
This is what
it's just porn. Whoops! It's just fan service! Ha ha ha! There's nothing else here, Ellie.
I believe I mentioned last week when I was talking about this show that I very much appreciate a show that talks about sexual awakening.
Yeah. And that's a lot of what the first half of the show is about characters having these sexual awakenings and coming to find them, right? And I mean, we can talk about it when we talk about, if we get around to talking about anime. We might not today. We might have to wait till next week to talk about anime because this has gone on so long, right? But yeah, like, also Mr. Big in the chat, right? Why can't it be both? Yeah, why can't it be both, right? It's not a thinly veiled thing because, the author... Just, the fun fact, actually, an interesting thing, I believe, like, the author, right? The only other work they did before this, I think, was just a normal thing about tea.
Yeah.
It was like a manga. I'll go find it actually because I could probably find it pretty easily if I go have a look. Yeah, here we go. So that's the author, and then I just go to author. Yeah, here we go. Kumino's sense of taste. Aliens have become common on Earth. Kumikla or something, I can't pronounce that, is one such alien who can get nutrition just by breathing and therefore does not need to eat. But from unexpected circumstances, she takes a bite of Earth food and has her first experience of delicious Earth food. The uptight character discovers new tastes through eating and awakens to new kinds of emotions. Romance, comedy, slice of life, aliens, cooking. No erotica, no sexual violence tag. So, yeah. That sounds like totally the kind of thing that the person that wrote Looking at Shino Magical Girls. Like, they didn't have, like, a history is what I'm saying. Like, there wasn't a history of, the author, like, makes like Ecchi or whatever. So obviously there's it, like they're doing it just like, it's like there's not this, I don't think it's this feeling of they just wanted to make Ecchi, so they put Ecchi in. If you want me to do a bit of psychoanalysis, right, based on, I haven't read the other work, right, but based on the synopsis, it seems to be, it's about feelings, right? The feeling of eating. This alien that's never experienced eating before and doesn't actually have to eat to survive, right? Experiences eating and it causes emotions, right? In this character, and the whole work, I assume, is going to be about going through those different emotions via food as a conduit, right? What's Gushing Over Magical Girls about? You know, oh, it's a sexual awakenings and feelings and having the conflicting, looking up to the magical girls, but also wanting to see them, you know, in sexual situations and you know, dominating them and embarrassing them and doing all these things because she's a sadist, right? And having to work through these contradictory emotions, right? Very emotional based, right? So could it be that they wanted to do what they did with food, but with sexual content and sadism and masochism? Or maybe it's just porn, Ellie. Maybe it's just porn.
Maybe. I actually think that it's it's of course a more moe way of looking at a sexual awakening, because I can imagine it can become a sort of a self-traumatizing thing at times, where, especially for Mr. Christian over here, a furry Christian, it might be, of course, a great conflict of what you are into and what you are not allowed to be into. Utana is more, you know, shy in a general societal sex bad kind of way. That's, of course, kind of true in any modern developed nation. But hey, she's a supervillain. She doesn't have to conform to those morals. She
gets to be what I can't be, Ellie. She gets to be all sexual and
yes.
pro sexy. Oh, great. Yeah. So anyway, going to the chat, right? If people didn't care about the plot and characters in Ecchi, wouldn't they just buy art books? Yeah, that's the common thing, right? It's like, oh, why don't you just watch porn? Why don't you just, you know, why does this have to exist? Yeah, it's such a yeah. I know you're not making that argument, Moistream, but like, yeah, that's the argument that gets tossed around a lot, right? Where it's like, oh, why, you know. It's clear that there's a difference, and it's clear that there is something there that people are latching onto and do like about these types of shows, right? Which makes them like better than just, you know, going on Pornhub and watching two people fuck, right? You know,
even there's like, some narrative in the sequence of events, so
yeah.
Just nudity and just sex isn't enough to be arousing. There also always has to be some context, some narrative behind it.
Yeah. Maybe he needs to browse tags. Yeah, maybe he does. Maybe he does. But like, so to get back to the video, right? What I'm gathering here is he has completely disappointed himself because he's come up with what is basically fan fiction, right? His own fan fiction about what he wanted the show to be, without stopping to maybe do a little bit of research. Because if he should have seen that it would have an Ecchi tag, right? Like, come on, like you could have just looked into it like slightly more intently than just reading the synopsis, right? Could have just like looked into it slightly more, right? He's come up with all of this fan fiction, and now he's so disappointed with the fact that his fan fiction isn't what the show actually is, and that the show is, you know, actually about something completely different. And now he's conflating that with, oh, the show doesn't care, it just exists because it wants to do porn, basically.
So,
right? It's not there can't be anything else about it. It's literally, it's not that it's just something different from what he was expecting. No. It has to be, oh, it only exists to convey lewd scenes. That's all it is. That's the only reason it's there.
So Jake is touching something that I was wanted to comment on. That I think this is also kind of partly because of his misunderstanding, I would say, of what Ecchi is. That he saw maybe the main character dressed very scandalously,
provocatively, yeah,
in a very scandalous outfit, and he thought the Ecchi tag if he saw something like that.
Was
Applied,
just she's in a sexy outfit.
yes, not
But
actual, the riskiness.
So quite frankly, it's his own fucking fault.
Yes. Yes,
that's my take. It's his own fault for not doing actual
and also
having
just confusing the tag Ecchi for himself didn't help, right?
Yeah.
If he just says that Ecchi is showing skin, that's not enough to be an Ecchi on its own, right? I myself laid out 3 categories of riskiness, of how large is the sexual tension, how much skin is showing, how much nudity there is, and how much Ecchi conventions.
All right, let's continue.
Come on, seriously? You had such a good premise here. Why did you have to go and make it anime? Again, really liberal with that Ecchi tag here, guys. You sure you don't want that nice H tag and just be done with it? I felt so dirty watching.
There is if it was H, then
dirty watching this. I had to go rewatch Spy Family to recharge my wholesomeness levels. And often I can try to look past this exploitation if the story is good enough.
Exploitation.
Exploitation! What exploitation? What's being exploited? What the fuck do you mean exploitation?
This is all original video, Nretsew. You can tell.
Yeah, I can see why he got cooked for this, right? I can see why he got fucking cooked for this, because holy shit, dude, what the fuck? What exploitation? What do you mean? Who's getting exploited? Did you get exploited? Do you feel exploited because you are a dumbass? Is that what it is?
Is everybody who likes the show is being exploited for their base instincts?
We're all being exploited. Yeah.
Or is it the characters' fictional rights being exploited? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't fucking know. It's
the same way I do with, like, say, Overlord, but I don't think I can do it with the show because it just seems to be powered by sexploitation alone.
Sexploitation.
Oh, I forgot he used that
term. Sexploitation, Ellie.
I forgot he used that.
I watched an Ecchi show, and the Ecchi show has sex in it. I am so offended. How could this have happened, Ellie?
I don't know.
How could this guy's absolutely a dumbass. I'm sorry. I can't believe that he didn't. I'm still trying to get over the fact that he didn't know. Like, the fact that he genuinely didn't know and went into this, and now he's mad that the show is what it is, right? He's just mad that the Shark Tank is filled with sharks. It's just filled with fucking sharks, Ellie.
That it's time to ban.
Right into it.
It's time to ban the prostitution in interspecies reviewers. Let's start over. Let's start over there.
Yeah. Fuck, mate.
And the more I watched it, the more I was getting annoyed because I could see glimpses of the character development and subtext I was hoping for, but
maybe because it is there, but it's happening slowly. maybe
at this time
there is character.
At this time there was only like 3 episodes, so I don't know what character development he wanted to happen in 3 episodes.
Yeah, what was going to happen? Like, and the character development is happening. She's becoming more comfortable with the lewd aspect of it.
No, Nretsew, that's wrong. It has to be wholesome.
Yeah, no, it has to be wholesome. Yeah, no, she can't like come to terms with her kinks and understand like that her role in the dynamic of villain and villainess, right? You know, villain versus heroes, right? She can't come to terms with the fact that she's actually into this, and she has to keep denying it. You know, like, oh god, it's so bad, Ellie. Oh, I can't. Oh fuck, mate. Oh fuck me. Oh, I hate these people so much, Ellie.
No, you loved him. He did a good free-run Rings of Power or Lord of the Rings thing. You love him, remember?
Well, no, I only watched that one video. I'm not a fan. It's not like I'm a fan or anything, but it's like, he believes watching subtext per episode instead of studying the subject within the whole work available. Nice. Yeah, exactly. It's like the only thing that exists, Ellie, is
anime.
The only thing that exists is the free episode. It's not like there's an entire fuck, how many chapters is the manga out
Well,
right
it's
now?
like
I had to bring up the manga
15, 13 volumes, I believe.
Where is it? Yeah, it's at we're on volume 10, chapter 57.
Ooh, I was wrong. I look at some covers.
So we're pretty it's been around for 5 years. I mean, it's first upload was 5 years ago. I mean, it started in 2019. Publication started in 2019, so it's fucking, and you see, this would all have been solved, right? Ellie, what would have solved this problem for him?
If it was wholesome instead?
No, if he had just done a little bit of research.
Also.
If he had just gone, hey, that sounds interesting. I wonder what the manga's about. I'm going to go look up the Wikipedia page. I'm going to look up a synopsis on, I'm going to look a little more into, I wonder what's on the author's Twitter. I'm going to look into this thing for more than 2 minutes, instead of being a lazy fuck, right? Maybe he would have not had this problem. Because I think what's happening now is he's mad that he got blindsided and now he's just, coping. He's literally coping, right? He's literally coping. He's coping with the fact that the anime blindsided him, and now he has to get revenge against the anime for blindsiding him, right? That's what I'm thinking right now. That's what I feel. You can tell how mad I'm getting. I'm getting progressively more mad as this is going on.
I was when you said it was 17 minutes, I was relieved instead of dreading. Because even though this is a long episode and I'm getting a little bit tired, I know that he wouldn't...
It's worth it. It's worth it.
He didn't cut anything. He just added more fluff. This is the gold that I saved for you.
Thank you, Ellie. Thank you for delivering this to me. Right. What am I going to get mad about now?
Then, nope, more kinky stuff. I checked out the manga too, and the...
He actually checked it out too!
Afterwards, I guess.
Ow! Are you serious? Okay, let me listen to this. I gotta hear
smutty elements were a lot more toned down compared to the...
Well, okay, this I will kind of half agree with. Right? The anime has actually made it more itchy. Which is kind of funny. The anime has actually made it more lewd, especially if you recall the first episode with the spanking.
Yeah,
right?
I believe you showed a panel that it's
I showed. I don't know. I'd have to go find
that thing.
Yeah, I would have to go find that, right? But in saying that, I mean, some of the later stuff, like the most recent episode that we were probably going to talk about later, that is pretty one-to-one. That is pretty much how it went down. So I would say that in some respects it's been toned up, but I would say it's on par, if not slightly toned up, depending on the scene, right? That's what my stance on it would be. So I want him to explain to me how this is a bad thing.
Anime, but any of the themes and subtext that I was hoping for were few and far in between. Mahou Shoujo wanted to...
Yeah, he's just mad. He's just mad. It's not what he wanted. He's just mad. It's not his fan fiction. That's all it is. He's just mad that the thing is not the thing that he wanted it to be. And instead of just moving the fuck on, right? Either dealing with it and experiencing the thing for what it is, right? Actually engaging with the media for what it is instead of what it's not. He's decided, nah, man, I got to make an entire 17-minute video about how Ecchi, I got burned by the Ecchi. I have to get revenge, Ellie.
You avoid at all costs. It ruins anime.
It ruins anime. Yeah.
Tell a different story than what I was hoping for, but it doesn't mean they told it well. Like I mentioned about Mushoku Tensei, this anime...
It doesn't mean... Yeah, the free episodes. Yeah, they haven't told it well yet. Yeah. Fucking Christ.
This anime is far too direct in the topic it wants.
Again, it's far too direct, Alan. No, it all has to be subtones. It has to be hush hush. You can't show any sexual stuff. No.
Even
how can
emotional...
I recommend this to my Christian book club if I can't? If it's so direct about it, Ellie, I can't do it.
Just do it.
Just do it. Fuck it. Fuck the Christian book club. You know. Yeah.
Corrupt them from the inside.
He's getting deja vu from, you know, anime only discussion. Yeah. I'm so mad I got potatoes when I fought of fries when viewing the menu. How dare they give me baked potato wedges instead of chips? How dare they do that? Oh, I'm so mad. I am mad. I'm tilted. I'm very tilted right now. I'm very angry because this shit pisses me off. I hate it when people do this shit. It's so annoying. Oh my god.
To explore. If they want to explore BDSM relationships in the setting of magical girls, it can do that without actually showing this much BDSM. And
just make a show about BDSM and not show any BDSM, Ellie.
Did you know Spider-Man is an allegory for BDSM?
Yeah, Spider-Man. He uses his webs to tie up the criminals. It's an allegory for BDSM. Oh my fucking Christ. I can't.
You cannot deny it.
Oh my
it
god,
is a
I
possibility.
can't fucking deal with this shit. Oh, I can't fucking deal with this shit, dude. Oh my god. Oh, how can these people be real? Oh, okay.
And such an uncomfortable amount of detail as well. It would require...
Oh, yeah, uncomfortable. You know, Naruto Takaro, the BDSM manga with the guy who looks like a frog and the hot girl, and then she gets tied up, and the whole story is about how she is relaxed by being tied up. And, they have a relationship, and the whole manga is about their relationship, and there's tons of BDSM in it, and that's not allowed. Can't have that. We can't have a manga talk about BDSM and also show the BDSM. It has to be an allegory. It has to be all subtone bullshit. Has to be hush hush. No fun allowed, SPOOODER man. Right? There you go. That's the video. That's this video. I've summed up the whole video. A
bit more creativity and subtlety, which sadly are not the show's strongest qualities. The hero...
Okay, I have to try and calm down so I can actually make like cohesive fucking points, right? Because I'm just fucking ranting, right? Like, what the fuck do you mean there's no creativity? What the fuck are you gonna tell me
Ecchi
that
isn't creative, Nretsew?
Yeah, Ecchi isn't creative. You can't do creative things. She fucking turned a light bulb into like a thing to capture that one girl and like do electrocution shit with it. Like, that's fucking creative. Because she's like hits the things and it turns them into sexual things, related versions of those things, right? There's some creativity there. What the fuck are you talking about? There's only no creativity because you're a prudish piece of shit. That's why there's no fucking creativity.
Brain turns off when skin is shown.
Yeah, brain turn off when see titty. There you go. You fucking... Oh, I hate...
villain dynamic, especially in superhero stories, can often be interpreted as an allegory for relationships.
Everything is an allegory.
Only allegories.
Life is an allegory. Only allegories allowed. No... God.
Anime only, allegory only.
I didn't
Yeah.
have a nemesis until my late 20s.
Don't patronize me, Father. It's unbecoming.
It's true. I wasn't ready for one. You want your first nemesis to be special. Someone who you could see being your nemesis for the rest of your life.
So if the show...
Again, that isn't the and you know what the really funny fucking thing about this is, right? And I don't want to like spoil anything, right? But that kind of like nemesis relationship
lover thing, marriage.
that actually starts happening with the blue-haired chick.
Of course, it's already happened in episode 2.
Yeah, but I'm just like because I know how you like the whole sectional awakening spell on that, so I don't want to like spoil the next episode. If they do that part, is going to be really good for that, because it's almost like it solidifies the relationship dynamic between those two. And I think it also like really helps to characterize where the main character is going, where Utena, I believe is how you pronounce it, is going with this, because there's 2 moments in the series in particular that really highlight that, and that's one of them. So the problem he's facing right now is he just had like what he is describing is actually going to somewhat happen, right? That's actually a dynamic that's going to form.
But there is sex in Nretsew.
But there's sex. But oh no, there's BDSM. You can't have that in BDSM relationships. It's not like BDSM relationships are literally fucking formulated on that very concept of power dynamics. It's not like that. It's not. Fuck me. Gotham is an allegory for the bedroom, and Bruce and Joker are sex freaks.
Allegories, my man. Allegories all the way.
It's all allegories. It's all allegories, man.
If it wanted to imply a dominant-submissive relationship, it could have done that in less overt ways, letting the audience...
Why does it have to do it in less overt... Her facial expression is mine right now. I'm fucking... I'm in fucking full rage mode, right? What the fuck do you mean? Like, how, right? Again, how do you do... We have to do the power dynamic stuff from BDSM, but we're not going to do the BDSM. And this isn't even like the first thing that there's what's the movie called? Fuck, I can't remember the movie, but there is a movie that's all about like a BDSM relationship, but I can't.
Something like wasn't the
she's it's like the secretary or something.
Gray, whatever.
Something like that. I think you know the one I'm talking about, maybe.
Yeah.
But it was like a famous one, right? And I've seen like some of it, but I haven't seen like the whole thing because I think I was probably like too young, and I've seen like bits and pieces of it, right? But there's like a whole movie about that, right? I mean, 50 Shades of Grey is an obvious example. I'm talking about more like in like movies, right? Like I mean,
it has a movie though,
but it does have a movie. Yeah, I mean, I've completely forgotten that from my mind, but that's not the movie I'm talking about.
All
That's
right.
not the movie I'm talking about. I'm talking about a different movie, right? Which is a bit more explicit than. I think 50 Shades was, at least in the theatrical version, right? I haven't actually read or watched 50 Shades because I haven't read or watched it because I had a friend of mine in high school who was an avid book reader who read it and like because I was somewhat interested because of the content, and she literally just like was like, nah, it's fucking shit. And so I never got into it because I trusted her recommendation, and I'm glad I did because apparently it is shit. So but getting back on track, right? It's like 50 Shades can't exist. This one movie that I'm blanking on the name of can't exist. You could never directly show the thing. It has to be all an allegory. You're not allowed to depict actual BDSM in media. It has to always be hidden, hush hush in the closet, sexuality bad, right?
Star Trek is an allegory for BDSM when Han Solo is frozen in that carbonite.
Oh, Star Wars, yeah, Star Wars. Yeah, Star Wars.
Did I say Star Trek?
Well, I mean, you'll be happy to know that I finished all 3 seasons of 60s Star Trek, and now I'm watching Next Generation. And the first of the Farpoint stuff, I watched that yesterday, and that was pretty good. I'm eager to continue. Though.
Yeah, even though I to go into your tangent, I never actually watched Star Trek as a episode by episode. It was on TV a lot, and I caught a lot of episodes, but I never caught it.
Sat down and like watched the whole thing.
Yeah, right? I did watch.
I mean, there is like 7 seasons of Next Generation. So
I did watch. I did do that for Stargate, which I enjoyed. So
yeah. So, but anyhow, I just want to kind of toss that in because Star Trek. This is going to be a bit of a tangent, but it might calm me down a little bit. The final episode of the 60s Star Trek is like the funniest anti-feminist thing I've ever watched in my life. So let me give you the rundown, right, very quickly. So there's this chick who is like Kirk's ex-lover, and they find her on like a planet, and she's like sick, right? And she, through some hocus pocus space magicosis, switches bodies with Kirk because she's super pissed that she's a woman and she couldn't become a Starfleet captain or something because she's a woman.
Yes.
And it's like, she is like the very embodiment of jaded feminist that's pissed that she's a woman, right? And the episode kind of progresses with like, oh, Kirk is like acting strange and not acting like Kirk, and there's this suspicion that they've swapped bodies, but they have to like prove it and stuff. And in the meantime, the woman is acting really erratically and, you know, wanting to like execute Kirk, you know, the traitors, right, and doing all this stuff. And there's mutiny going on because they suspect that it's not actually Kirk, right? And then they manage to like switch the bodies back, right, through some, you know, space magic bullshit, right? And the woman is just like getting all like, oh no, I was gonna be the big Starfleet captain. No, I wanted to be why was I born a woman? Ah. And the episode like ends with the message of like, you know, if she'd only just been happy to be a woman, she probably would have been fine and happier as a person if she'd just been happy with her lot in life. And it's so weird. It's so fucking weird because, like, Star Trek is pretty, like, I mean, like, you have female, like, the communications officer, right? You're like, Ahira is like a fucking, you know, she's a woman, she's in a high rank, right? So it's never like showing like that there's sexism in Starfleet, right? It's never showing like there is any actual prejudice, right? It's just this one crazy chick that thinks that everything is wrong because she's a woman when it's not, right? And she's just always hated being a woman. And the fact that you can relate that so closely to modern feminism is the funniest thing to me. It's fucking great. So and I guess that's an allegory, right? It's an allegory for modern feminism because she hates being a woman. Oh, it was great. But anyway, yeah. So that, yeah, I don't have to talk about Star Trek now because I've just done it. I can feel Ali getting tired because he's not talking and interrupting me on my tangents as much. He's just letting me go. I've been unshackled, boys. The cast is mine. I am in control now.
Maybe should just mute you entirely from my OBS.
Just mute me and have me rant to myself about how Star Trek is apparently anti-feminist or something.
Products of their time.
Well, yeah, but that's what makes it funny when you relate it to modern day, though. That's the thing. It's funny. It's really funny because there's so much about it that, in my opinion, it got quite right. Actually.
All right. Nretsew, there's a few minutes left, I think.
Yeah, let's get this. We've got a few minutes left. Let's get this finished, and then we might have to skip anime talk today, and we'll come back to we'll come back next week and do a longer anime chat. How about that? We'll do something like that. So let's
come to that interpretation rather than spelling it out. Someone also mentioned that the show is meant to be a parody of magical girl shows, which are full of almost.
Nah, I don't think it's meant to be. I haven't seen any indication that it's meant to be a parody. I mean, you could argue. It's one of those things where it's like you could argue anything is a fucking parody if you squint hard enough.
Parody has this specific definition, and it is just a magical girl show with this twist, right? It's not.
Yeah,
special
and I haven't seen any indication from like the author or anything. To indicate to me that I think it's a she. I think the author is a woman. I haven't seen any indication that they set out to make a parody. I would have to see. So again, I don't like necessarily. I mean, you can kind of do it, but at the same time, it's better to have it backed by a source. And as long as he recognized, oh, I don't really have a source, but this is. I mean, he hasn't. He's just said, I've been told that it's a parody. It feels, I'm getting the vibes, right? I'm getting the vibes, right? at the same, I have more of an issue if it's like this is definite. It is definitely a parody. You know, it's definitely a parody of the thing. But I guess he hasn't actually said that yet. So let's see what he says.
BDSM-like encounters. I can see that more in the manga maybe, but the anime made the encounters between the heroes and the villains way too sexual, where I don't even...
This man did not read very far into the...
Only the chapters that were already animated, I think. Feels like it.
Yeah, because I think a good way to put it is like the anime has ramped up the lewdness to about where it's at in like the later chapters of the manga, right? Because I think that the manga has a bit more of a slower ramp up in the lewd, right?
I think it feels unfounded feeling, unfounded vibes. That it kind of like was the editor or the mangaka pushing each other or the publisher until
it could be, but I would would have to look into that. I could see that, but like looking at the facts, the chips as they are on the table, right? The fact is that the manga does have a slower ramp. It's still there, but it's a slower ramp up. There's also the fact that the anime is doing things out of order somewhat. Like, for instance, the introduction to Kiwi happens after the part with the girl getting stripped of the scissors. So they're moving things around, and I think they're doing that kind of just to make the pacing a bit better, because they only have 13 episodes, I think it is, 12 or 13. So I think they're just kind of moving things around to kind of
introducing a character a little bit earlier for more character screen time, etc.
Yeah, so it's not a one-to-one. Like, I mean, it doesn't have to be a one-to-one adaptation. I think it's been a fateful adaptation because it's showing basically everything that happened in the manga. It's just, I think it's ramped up the lewdness to the point it is later on, but it's doing it a lot quicker, and it's sort of probably being done as a directorial decision to improve the pace of the overall show, right? I think that's probably what it is. Which you could have an interesting discussion about that, because, you know, what if they had 50 episodes instead of 12? Would they have made it a slower ramp up in that case, or would they have kept the same, you know, ramp up, right? That would be an interesting discussion to have, but I guess we should probably
don't know.
Going. Yeah, we don't know.
See the humor nor the parody. Again, it just seems like
it's not meant to be. Maybe it's because it's not meant to be a fucking parody.
Or you're very humorous in that way.
Yeah, maybe.
It just seems like they want to show middle schoolers doing very questionable things. If you
okay, hang on. I want to, because if he says I'm gonna do a JoJo, right? I'm gonna go. The next thing you're gonna say is, if you're into that, then I don't have a problem with that, but. Right? Let's see if I'm right.
Sexual, where I don't even see the humor nor the parody. Again, it just seems like they want to show middle schoolers doing very questionable things. If you like that, this anime is for you. But for me...
If you like... Yeah, there you go. I was half right, I guess. You know, if you like that, this anime's for you. But for me, it's gross, icky, sexy sex. Ooh, no. Ooh, so gross. Ooh. It's a multimedia franchise. So yeah, it is actually a multimedia franchise now that's got an ASMR. Oh yes, I'm Ali's hallucination. That's right, yeah.
Yes. Always remember.
Chat, yeah. Alright, anyways.
It was a wasted opportunity. On the topic of parody, I personally think that the best uses of ecchi themes is when it's done for comedic purposes to enhance the absurdity of the situation. Konosuba is probably my...
Yeah, it can only be done in comedy, Ali. Only in comedy. You're not allowed. You're not allowed. You cannot take Ecchi seriously. It has to be comedic. Do it correctly, damn it! Why are you not doing it correctly? It has to be done the right way. Ellie, why didn't they do it the right way? You can tell I start to get more mocky when I'm getting more angry. I'm starting to be a bit more of an asshole. This is some classic Nretsew right here coming out, because look, dude, I've been trying to calm down. You know, I don't want to be angry all the time. You know, I want to be a calm Kiwi. You know, I want to be chill. But no, it's shit like this, man. I'm just like, nah. We gotta let let loose. Let's go.
My favorite example of that. Ecchi stuff does happen often, but it never feels cheap or exploitative. I mean, yes, it does appear cheap and exploitative, but it never feels.
But my favorite show is good.
Yeah, when my favorite show, it's okay when my show does it. Your show is too direct, but my show doing it directly is okay because it's for haha irony, funny lols. Haha, I'm so cool. Guys, listen.
He recommended this show to his friends.
Listen, guys in the Christian book club, you have to understand, right? It's funny. It's meant to be. You're meant to laugh at it. It's okay. It's okay. It's not being serious. You can. It's okay to like it if it's not serious, right? Right? Ha ha ha! I'm so ironic. Ha ha! Irony. Poison alert. Fucking
the cynicism behind it. You can tell that it's there for a laugh, not titillation. Just watch the intro and pay
Oh yeah, totally there for a laugh.
Only.
attention to the amount of booba jiggle and suggestive camera angles. It's so absurdly overt that you can't help but see it as a gag. It's something that's hard to explain.
It's okay. It's literally fine when it's overt now because it's comedic. Totally. Yeah. Never allowed to do anything else with sexual content. Never allowed to take it seriously.
Obscured and ridiculed.
Yeah, exactly.
Really, because you can probably show me examples of other shows doing the same thing, but I feel like Konosuba has just the right balance. It also helps that ecchi elements are actually used for character development and actually has narrative consequences. Something that
and that doesn't happen in Gushing for Magical Girls. God, I wish I could talk about what happens later in that fucking show, that series, because there actually is a part. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's probably not going to get to that in the anime because it's really far along, right? There is something that happens that has had far-reaching consequences to one of the characters later on to do with the sexual element. There is a narrative thing that has happened, right? And it's so annoying that I don't want to spoil it, right? But it's because if I talked about it, it would ruin this argument for him. Because look, Gushing Over Magical Girls literally has what he's talking about. It literally has the ecchi being used as a narrative element. So I'm like, okay.
And other ecchi shows lack. If I had to make a comparison, Gushing Over Magical Girls is as funny as A Visit to Epstein Island, while
fuck off. I'm done.
No, Nretsew, you can't leave. You're the one with the pressing the play button. I forgot this was here.
I'm out. I'm getting a drink.
Oh no. That woke me up again a little bit.
If I say the things that I want to say right now, we are getting fucking banned off YouTube. I am that. This guy went from mildly annoying to actually despicable. Actual piece of shit human being.
If it wasn't so late, I would have remembered that this part was coming.
Actual piece of shit. Anyone that tries to downplay the shit with Epstein and whatnot and use it as haha funny ironic memes about sexual content and literally anything, right? Actual disgusting human beings, and I wish bad things happen to them. Actual evil shit. Antis have one joke. Yeah, they have one joke. That's it. You know. That's it. That sealed the deal for this guy with me. That's it. He's irredeemable after this point. There is no justification for this, right? There is no justification for pulling an Epstein joke other than you are an actual piece of shit human being. That's pretty much it. So let's try and finish the video so we can never fucking cover this guy again because fuck him, right? Actually fuck him. actual evil piece of shit.
While Konosuba is more like watching CCTV footage of a very slippery changing room and giggling at people in little to no clothes falling over. It's not necessarily
it's not even fucking. I can't. I fucking can't. I'm so.
highbrow humor. I can still see the amusement in it. And
yeah, so allegorical. He's being such an allegory right now, man. So allegorical.
Konosuba manages to take full advantage of that absurdity. One of my favorite running gags is when the show establishes very early that Aqua doesn't wear any underwear. It doesn't really have any dark consequences or some kind of through line, but once you know that information, it stays in the back of your mind, and you're going to start taking notice of specific camera shots the show.
Yeah, it's okay it's okay it's okay to perv on the girl who doesn't wear underwear because, you know, it's haha funny. It's haha funny. Ha ha ha! It's so funny, Ellie.
Show takes, but they never show anything, obviously. It's like Chekhov's gun, but in this case, I guess it's Chekhov's bum. I don't think I've ever seen a show where they establish something so non-consequential and yet it affects how you watch the rest of it. Konosuba clearly knows what it is and turns its lewdness into a joke to critique the over-sexualization.
So, Joe,
is it critiquing the over-sexualization?
Show
is
so
that what
much
it's doing?
of her ass as possible without
we have to show
showing
we
the
have
bottom
to show the titties. Yeah.
Don't show where the cheeks end on the top.
It's okay, Ellie, because I've twisted it into being a criticism of the thing that I supposedly don't like, because I have to act like I don't like it for my Christian book club, right? Look, it's critical of it, guys. It's totally, that's why it's so funny, ha, cynical.
Absurdism.
Yeah, it's because it's criticizing it, Ellie. So that means it's okay. It's okay for me to enjoy it. Ah. What a fucking piece of shit.
Rather than endorses it, whereas Gushing Over Magical Girls fully embraces its degeneracy and offers very little subtext. It will come down to your preference.
Yeah, no subtext. There's no subtext going on whatsoever. Mr. I am the big intellectual man. The big intellectual big man. I'm so fucking big brain, right? I'm watching the Ecchi animes, and I can determine all of the zero subtexters and zero allegories because I'm good big
from
theory
synopsis
man.
Even.
I can read the synopsis and come up with 50 million fucking goddamn fucking possible ways this show could come out because I'm big brain man, big brain Christian man. What a fucktard. Fucking hell.
Down to your preference and what you're looking for, though. I think Ecchi as an art form does have a place in media and can offer a wide variety of entertainment.
Fucking bullshit. I don't believe that for a fucking second. You don't view this shit as art. Fuck off. Now, fuck off.
An insight. It may be an art form that I'm not exactly too familiar with or like all that much, but I can see there's some storytelling potential that other genres are not willing to explore. However,
Ecchi isn't a genre, but whatever.
Absolutely, yeah. 650's right. Pretentious fucking piece of shit. Absolutely. I might not enjoy it, but I can see the narrative value in having the big anime titties, Ellie. Oh, I'm gonna smell my own farts. Yeah, I've given up on being nice. I'm fully embracing. I'm fully embracing the dark side now. I'm fuck good faith. You don't get fucking good faith after that. You can fuck off.
Still concerned about Ecchi's prominence in anime and how it affects the perception that anime has in the mainstream media.
Oh yeah. We have to worry about the perception, Ellie. It's all about the perception. What will my Christian book club think of me? What will they think? What will they think, Ellie? If they knew that I watched the anime. Oh, it's so bad.
It's so good he made this video. That will make him right with the anime club. With the Bible club.
I'll be allowed in the cool Christian club, right? I'll be allowed in the cool Christian club, the CCC. If I prostrate myself and be like, no guys, listen. The show I like, it's totally a deconstruction critique of the boobies.
With the decline of Hollywood and increased popularity of anime, it would be nice that the first impressions people have of anime is not ecchi. My biggest concern that...
Now, fuck that. Let it be their first impression. Ecchi's good. Fuck you. There you go. There you fucking go.
Ecchi, much like isekai, are falling into the same trap that the superhero genre did in the West, which is oversaturation. The
Really? The what? How many Ecchis are coming out this season? Like, there's 2 main good ones, right? How many? How many isekai? We've had that conversation how many times, Ellie? About it's so oversaturated. There's so many isekais coming out, and so many. It's like, no, where are they? Where the fuck are they? What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean?
I mean,
where are they, Ellie?
There is one, two. I believe there is at the minimum there are 5. I believe
4 out of 45, according to Yin.
All right.
4 out of 45. Oh, it's so oversaturated. Yeah, my lack of faith. Yeah, Ecchi disturbing. Yeah, fuck.
anime world is full of generic, low-effort, ecchi anime that only rely on fan service and titillation to gain sales. And because people are buying them, they keep making them, putting less.
Yeah, but why are people buying them though? If they're so bad, why are people buying them? Right? What could it be that maybe there's something else going on outside of the sex appeal? Could it be possibly that people genuinely enjoy these shows? Could it be that possibly there is actually some fucking substance there that you just can't pick up on, Mr. Big Brain Intellectual? Huh? You know what? Yeah?
Muramase
maybe?
With the show.
I'm gonna argue with the man who can't fucking hear me, you know? Fucking
This show with the animal girls isn't an ecchi though. Also,
effort into the writing or crafting a better story.
Oh no, but her titty is hanging off the branch, Ellie.
Oh no,
her titty's hanging
it's
off
like
the
almost
branch.
gravity exists, and it kind of happens.
It's almost like gravity. It's almost like boobs fucking move. You know, almost like boobs are sacks of fat that have mass to them. Yeah.
Every Freeran or spy family, you'll have to deal with 10 no game, no life or.
Seriously,
10 no game, no lives happened.
Only one the forever one season show. Is there 10 of them?
The forever one season show. There's totally like 10 no game, no life, Sally. Totally.
Kiss sis. And honestly, I don't like.
Oh, he knows about kissing sis.
Yeah,
look at him. Look at him. He's cultured.
He showed footage of it.
Well, he's actually look, man. He totally hates the ecchi. He totally thinks that it's so bad that it's so direct. But he'll fucking sit there and watch kissing sis.
A fellow cool Christian club member.
Yeah.
What is you mentioned? This exists. What kind of show is that, my good fellow?
Yeah.
Christian?
What's that about? What's that about, mate? What's that about? Huh?
Those numbers. However, I do see the counterpoint in favor of ecchi too. In the previous version of this video, Alejandro.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. He's getting in the previous version where I got absolutely fucking cooked, right? And now that I've seen that fucking Epstein joke, now I know why he got so many fucking dislikes. Now I know why. That joke alone is probably why he got cooked. Honestly, because I'll be real, the rest of this. While it's been really fucking annoying and it's gotten me heated, especially when he's talking about gushing over magical girls, nothing fucking compares to that. Like, that is a fucking absolute trigger point, which tells you a lot about this person and where their actual fucking morals lie, right? It tells you a lot.
Also,
it's very telling.
This guy, I've been reading this comment, right? Basically, I will summarize it in that ecchi watchers are weirdos that watch every ecchi show for any reason if it belongs to ecchi. So it's for people, it's a balance between can we get away with 50% ecchi so the normal people will keep watching, but we get the ecchi people.
I do not think gushing over magical girls gives a shit about appealing to normal people.
So, but basically, this guy claims that it's always a battle between the normal people and the degenerates that always want full-on porn.
Those evil degenerates, those evil degenerates, right? Yeah, fuck. This guy is like hiding his power level. I think he is full tradcaf at this point. Like, actual evil piece of shit tradcaf.
And he would
because,
come...
like, I'm sorry, he's sitting here trying to tell me that Spider-Man is an allegory for ED, and fucking, you know, gushing over magical girls is fucking, you know, Epstein shit. You know, like, maybe he should try asking Ecchi fans what they like. Yeah, exactly. Maybe he should actually talk with people that like it and actually listen to their arguments as to why they like it, you know, and maybe actually maybe actually be the intellectual that he claims to be, right? Or he pretends to be, right? Like, for real. But anyhow, let's see what he has to say about this comment.
Alejandro Locobesu did mention a very interesting idea regarding this topic. He suggested that if we had a slider between 0 to 100% ecchi, you will get a good return if you go 20% or even 50%, because you will satisfy ecchi enjoyers. If you have no ecchi whatsoever and do the same slider with 0 being a bad story and 100 being a great story, story enjoyers won't be satisfied with anything under 50%. So in this case, your chances of being published are even slimmer, because now you're competing with better written stories and ecchi manga. It's an interesting and believable...
It's a complete made-up thing.
It's completely made-up bullshit. That's not factual at all. I don't think there's, like, this fucking, like, market of... Like, people that are into ecchi stuff are going to gravitate toward ecchi stuff. But that doesn't mean that we're not, like, reading stuff that's not ecchi or watching stuff that's not ecchi.
No, you're
like,
weird.
I'm watching. I'm a weirdo. Yeah, I can't watch Fear End because there's not enough fan service in it, Elliot. It's
you
impossible.
are the very definition of the literal hentai.
Yeah.
Bringing that back 3 hours ago.
I mean, I am. But even I'm sitting here saying, look, I can watch a show that doesn't have that in it. You know? So what the fuck was he on about? What is he on about? Oh, God. But anyway, it's...
Theory, which could explain a lot. The worst thing that anime can be is boring. So if it at least has some fan service, it's better than nothing, I suppose. It would explain why some of the more interesting story concepts usually have ecchi elements in them. And if getting some interesting concepts means I have to deal with some random big-breasted character popping in just to titillate the audience and enforce some generic anime tropes, I guess I'll have to cope with it.
Ma'am, we located the droid signal. Apparently, it's just making YouTube videos about anime. Is it really worth the risk of being discovered by humans? Don't be fooled by its trickery.
What the fuck is going on now?
This is his OC lore.
Oh, his OC lore, eh? His cringe OC lore, right? Look, he's got the big titty woman. Like, what is this? Is this fucking fan service?
This is a critique. This is the critique.
Oh, it's a critique, right. Oh, it's a parody. Yeah.
These droids are highly adaptable. It took on an innocent and harmless persona to disguise its true destructive nature. But if you let it fester, it will grow in influence and power. And eventually, the only thing left out of that planet is rubble and remnants of a civilization.
He loves his AI too, I'm noticing.
Yeah.
He's quite a big fan of his AI.
Can a single reconnaissance droid even do that? It doesn't matter. I'm not giving it the chance.
So,
this man who's using the fucking AI waifus with big titties in his OC lore is gonna sit here and fucking tell me that looking up to magical girls is Epstein shit.
with his IKEA chair PGM.
Is IKEA chair PGM bullshit. Fuck off. Fuck off. What a fucking cunt. Legitimately, what a fucking cunt. Alright, are we done now? Come on. Oh yeah, CGI, fucking AI, goddamn shit.
As I said, if you're new to anime, I recommend you avoid this tag until at least you familiarize yourself with the wholesome options, and then you can start to delve into the degeneracy of the anime world and become a true cultured weeb. If you would like some anime recommendations, you can find my anime list in the description below. This one was actually a revised video of the one I posted earlier last week, but after receiving some constructive feedback, I thought I'll elaborate more on my points and try to come off as less aggressive than I did in the first time around.
You did a poor fucking job. You did a really poor fucking job. Seriously, go fuck yourself.
I appreciate you subscribing and sticking around as I continue to
I will not be subscribing and I will not be sticking around.
make better content for you. If you want to chat and discuss other topics, why not join me on my Discord?
No, I would rather not get groomed by you on your fucking Discord.
I hope to see you there.
Yeah, I
If you're new to
fucking bet you do. You fucking, I accidentally hit the button because I wanted to pause it. You fuck off. No, actually, fuck off. Like I was like playing nice at the beginning. I was like, okay, let's see what he has to say. Let's see what happens, right? And he made some pretty silly points, and we had some good discussion, and we had some fun times, right? We had a good, we had a good time, Ellie, didn't we? We had a good time, right? It was good. It was good. It was good. And then he starts talking about gushing over magical girls, and I'm getting a bit triggered, right? I'm getting a little triggered. I'll be real. I'm getting tilted. I'm getting a little tilted. I'm just a little tilted, right? Because he's making some really bad arguments. I'm getting, and then he drops the fucking Epstein bomb on me, and I'm like, no, that's it. I'm not being nice anymore. You don't deserve it. You don't fucking deserve it when you fucking do that shit. And the reason that that's such a fucking pain in the ass is because it's become like people have taken, right, which should be a horrific fucking thing, right? The elites and their fucking PDF file ring, right? Fucking human trafficking actual fucking people and putting them through like literal hell, right? That should be considered fucking a horrific thing. But it's become this, I am very triggered. It's become this fucking meme. It's just become a fucking joke. It's completely downplayed the horrificness of it. Right? Because people have decided that in order to own their fucking opponents online, right? Oh, I could just call them all fucking Epstein lovers or whatever, or Epstein supporters. I mean, I'm too much of a fucking pussy to just call them a pedophile, right? I'm too much of a fucking coward to do that. So I can just hide behind Epstein, right? I could just fucking call people, a pedophile by memeing about Epstein. And I hate it. I think it's fucking gross and disgusting, and it downplays the horrificness of what happened, and all of that fucking shit. It's terrible, and I don't want to be like a moralizer or anything about it, but it actually gets on my fucking nerves, because I don't think people that watch gushing over magical girls are like into Epstein shit. I don't fucking think that at all. I think it's fucking wrong to fucking equate these things that are just like not fucking equatable at all, and are fucking like it's fucking horrific. It's fucking terrible. I hate it. So that's basically soured my opinion on this guy practically forever. I think he's a fucking piece of shit. Like, I'm sorry. That's just the end of it. That's my final thought. Like, just fuck him.
So yeah.
What's your tired final thought?
My tired final thought is that I don't believe that he's from what I remember, right? Because it is possible to get the original video back by just cutting the thing that was added later. But I only watched it once, so I don't know exactly the parts that are added later and which parts are original. But it's not really any significantly different. I don't feel that he is. I don't really feel there's still a respect for Ecchi. It's still something.
Oh no, he doesn't respect it at all.
It's still something to be pushed away to the sides, to be hidden, to be ignored, to be derided, to be as a last resort, as a something that you have to do by necessity, reluctantly and against your will and against your better judgment and morals. It is a great corrupting influence.
This absolute mother. I'm reading comments right now. This fucking cunt. Someone in the comments is like, Ecchi shows are integral to anime and manga culture. They keep the tourists away, yada yada. Typical stuff, right? I'm just gonna summarize the whole thing. And then he, at the end of it, he says, P.S. gushing over magical girls was known to be a cultured anime, and that's why people wanted to see it. So I don't know how it wasn't on his radar. And he literally responded to that with, I'm a pure and innocent soul. I knew GOMG would be sus, but I didn't expect it to be that sus. What a cunt. What a fucking cunt. Fuck you. You piece
So
of shit.
yeah,
You're gonna fucking go on your video and you're gonna fucking act like, oh, I had these. I didn't know. I didn't know it all. I had no idea, Ellie. He had no idea. He did fucking know. He fucking knew. Fucking cunt. What a piece of shit.
yeah.
Also, I'm just you can keep going. I'm gonna keep reading. If I see anything interesting, I'll chime.
Oh, I actually wanted to debut our new fancy setup.
Yeah, we were gonna talk about anime, but I guess we might not be able to do that.
Well,
'cause
I
you
want to
probably wanna
talk
go to
because
sleep.
2 weeks of anime and other stuff that I'm doing is a little bit long, and I want. And then I'm tired, so I'll keep it brief and show our fancy new stuff anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
Fair enough.
So, Nretsews, you start.
Well,
You
I
start
mean,
with
I've obviously watched Gushing Over
Yeah.
So the latest episode was really good. It was actually one of the parts in the manga that I really liked. The part with she wears the pasty. So she's like, I'm totally not embarrassed, and it's like, no, you're totally embarrassed. And I think that another key aspect of this one is, I mean, most people are going to talk about the first half, which was the pasties stuff, right?
Mhm.
But the second half is also very important because the second half is you're starting to see Utena kind of start to like accept her role and become, solidified in her role of fighting the anime girls, the magical girls, right? And start to like enjoy it, right? So I think that is an interesting piece of development, and that's why that part in the anime or in the manga was there. It's part of the slow progression of the character, right?
Mhm.
Where she starts to kind of be like, okay, I'm not like, because she admires the magical girls, and now she's starting to recognize her role in the dynamic, right? Like she wants to be the villain in the dynamic, even though she still admires the magical girls and gushes over them. She understands, is starting to kind of grow into that sort of mold, right? Of, right, I have to try to defeat them and put them in these situations and get to have my fun, but then they also get to develop alongside me doing the stuff, and I get to be super close to them and watch them as they develop, right?
Yeah.
So you get to see hints of that in this episode, right? And so that's why the second half of the episode is really, really interesting. But of course, I think the main highlight, and if you've still got those images saved in your image box, is some of the reaction shots.
Actually, not.
Which is one of... Oh, no, they're not. You got rid of them. No.
Yeah.
I mean, I posted one of the GIFs from the thing because they show. I think they've done a really good job of translating the manga, because the manga does these kind of like really cute reaction shots as well, right? And I think they've translated really well into animation. So it's quite good to see that, as we mentioned before in the cast, my expectations have been completely fucking demolished, right? In terms of, oh, I thought this was going to be censored. I thought it was not going to, there's no way they could possibly show this now, there's no way a show like this could possibly happen, right? But then they, no, they're fucking pulling it off. They're pulling it off. It's better than I expected completely. So yeah, that's my thoughts on today's episode. What have you got to say?
The exhibitioning pasties was a very nice scene. That scenario was always kind of fun to have. It's like, first episode KIllLaKILL in a sense, almost. But KIllLaKILL commits hard to that, and I don't believe that gushing over magical girls will. It's not the point. That's not the point of magical gushing over magical girls, so it's all fine. I did notice that in the second half, Utena actually proactively appears when the magical girls are detected, instead of apparently being forced into it. She was there ready with a plan and immediately went on the attack. That was indeed far more of a villain role, oh no, our anti-detection thing is down, the enemies will be upon us soon, and oh, there they are. So she did act as a villain would. Yeah, another next episode is the Alice girl is going to be introduced.
Apparently, although that'll be interesting then, because Alice is a mute, so it's going to be interesting if Alice is coming next episode.
Well,
I'm hoping they do like maybe the Alice introduction, but then also get in. I can't remember the blue-haired girl's name, but the blue-haired girls.
Sayo,
there's a really important. I mentioned it before, but there's a really important interaction between her and Utena that's coming up. Like it's really like. I think because it was the moment when I was reading the manga where the manga went from, okay, this is pretty good. I'm liking the ecchi that's going on right now. I can kind of see where this is going. This is quite interesting. That was the point for me where I was like, no, this is going to be a big hit. Like this is going to be like really, really good, right? Because it solidifies a power dynamic in a sense. And it solidified, I think it's when Utena kind of just full on starts to be like, yeah, no, this is me, right? I've accepted myself, right, in my role, right? And then the blue-haired girl also has a moment like that it's the same thing. And the way that they do that, in my opinion, was really good. And it's annoying because I don't want to hype it up too much, right? But it's. I think that if they pull that one scene off, I think that's going to be the part that makes or breaks the anime.
Yeah. So,
we'll see what happens.
The title for episode 5 is Nero Alice in Wonderland. So,
okay, so it's going to be Alice, yeah. So Alice is the lolly.
Yeah, the
girl.
Alice girl with blonde hair, etc.
And she's pretty interesting. There's some interesting stuff with Alice. So we'll see how they go with that.
Yeah. I'll cover 2 shows because I watched more stuff.
Yeah, because I don't really have anything really to say about Demon Slave because I said a little bit about it during the cast, so I don't really have a whole lot. I don't really have a whole lot else to say about it. And I'll just quickly kind of just jump around. Hang on, let me bring up my thing. And I'll let you talk about Diaries.
Yeah. So
I'll do a rapid fire just to kind of general thoughts.
Yeah.
So, do you want to talk about Metallic Rogue? Are you going to do that later?
Yeah.
I'll save that. Fearin's good. Solo leveling, I kind of want to talk about.
Nretsew, my plan was I will talk about 2 animes now, and then I will go back to something we both watched again.
All right, okay. Then I'll let you. You do that while I keep reading comments because I'm having a fun time reading.
Yeah, go on. So, Apothecary Diaries kind of continues on. There's this strategist character that is introduced more into the story, and he seems to have a connection to Mao Mao's mother, and kind of implies that he poisoned her mother, and kind of is the cause that Mao Mao is basically an orphan, and were raised in the brothel. So that's big drama conflict for in the future. She solved the mystery. It's almost kind of a given. But the whole mystery was also kind of a setup by the strategist to prove that this Mao Mao servant is the daughter of the woman that he poisoned. A whole lot of intrigue and drama is going on. So that's that. And then I'll just go through It's Time for Torture, because I don't really have much to say other than it's just a good adaptation, and I would recommend it basically, and not even over the not necessarily over the manga, but it's not it's not a problem that on my next show. I'm sneaking one extra in, Nretsew. Sengoku Yoko. Sengoku Yoko, I feel, falls into the problem that you don't need to watch the anime. The manga is of a similar, of the same quality. So I would kind of say, if you want just the whole story faster and more of it, I would kind of recommend the manga over the anime. which is not the problem with It's Time for Torture, because it's a comedy. It's a comedy, and therefore they have a lot of room to have more visual and audio visual gags thrown in that were not in the panels in the original. So I'm going to officially drop Sengoku Yoko.
Oh no!
Gone forever.
It's dead. You
it's-
killed it. It's
Is
over.
dead. Yeah. So let's name a show.
Right. What do you
want
want to? What do you want to do? Fit? Do you want to do Metallic Rogue or Solo Leveling?
Let's do Metallic Rogue. I have that.
Yeah,
on
because
too.
I'm up to date on that now. I've watched episode 3, so I'm up to date
Yes.
on that. So I think it's pretty good. It's pretty good so far. I'm enjoying it. It's a good time. It's good. It's
Yeah,
good.
last time you only watched the first episode and weren't yet.
Yeah, last time I think I only watched the first. I watched the second episode. I got the exposition done. It wasn't. I would say there are still a lot of questions going on, but I feel a little bit better about it now. I think there's a little bit. I think the world building has kind of alleviated a lot of the concerns that I had, because now it's a little bit more. Like, I'm still confused as to the character motivations, I guess. Like, I'm not quite sure why. Like why are they because in the third episode we saw, she delivered the core of the girl to the guy, and then they delivered it to the other guy or something, right? And now there's 2 cores out of 8 or whatever, right? And
the third
I understand
they have 2 cores, and the third one of Viola is now being transported to him.
Right. So it's like I understand now. They're getting the cores. That's the merit motivation. They're collecting these cores. Why they're collecting the cores, don't fucking know. But they're doing. At least now I have okay. The aim is they want to collect the cores and deliver them to this guy, and they're employees or something, right? Because that was mentioned, right? There is the fact that apparently it's the brother sister, right? So there's that going on as well, and the sister's got a brother complex or something. So there's a little bit of that, but I think that overall I'm feeling a little the information that I've been getting drip fed is a little bit better. We're starting to kind of put the puzzle pieces are coming together, right? It's a little bit better. So I would say, episode 2 was really good because it established a lot of there was the big war on the planet, and there was the usurpers, and the other robot people helped the humans defeat the usurpers. But now there is big
racism,
big inequality, big racism, big inequality going on. Hey, you said we would be free, and no. Right. So there's a bit of that going on, which is interesting. And I think that's kind of led into episode 3, where we've seen a lot more of that injustice going on, and that racism element, and how there's this that's it's all currently
still
in that setup phase.
Yeah,
right?
which if I'm going to let me interject for a moment, I'm kind of disappointed that there's still so much setup. Because
I feel like it's being. That's kind of why, on episode 1, I was kind of this is a bit slow, right? It's taking its time, and that's not necessarily a problem. But I feel like we're free. We're at the point now where most people would drop a show, right?
Yes.
The 3-episode rule. We're at the point. I'm not going to drop it, obviously, but we're at the point where at this point in most shows, things have been sort of established, right? You kind of understand, right? Here's the setting, here's the character motivation, here's the, what's going on, who, what, where, why, right? Kind of got that going, right?
So in Darling in the Franxx, right? At this point, you didn't know anything at all. The characters didn't know anything at all, but you were on the same level as the characters.
Yeah, that's another aspect to think about. Yeah, because there's stuff that the characters obviously know about that hasn't been conveyed to the viewer. And like I said, I don't necessarily think that there's a problem with this, right? I'm just worried that I look at the number and it says 3 out of 13. There's only 10 episodes left. We kind of gotta ramp it up a little bit here. You gotta.
Yeah, so
But
this is basically it's kind of going a little bit too slow for what I like, because even in a show where the characters didn't know, like in Darling in the Franxx, where the big story reveals were happened way later.
I think it's kind of like what I said before. If it was like, if we knew we were getting like 50 episodes or like 24 episodes instead of 13, right? I think that would probably go a long way to justify the pace, right? To kind of say, hey, like it's kind of like with Mushoku Tensei, right? Like you knew you were going to get like 50 plus episodes of that. So they kind of had that luxury of, we can kind of go a little slower and sort of get you a bit more up to speed with what's going on. Whereas I think that when you have a show that's only 13 to 12 episodes, I feel like you have to kind of, you know, pace things a little bit more so you can kind of, right, we got to get people up to speed. Here's what's going on. Here's what's happening. Now we can do the actual plot, right? So
yeah, but the thing is, right, this is an anime original, and most anime originals, I kind of expect like a quick burst of intro, action, exposition, and then a slower build up for the characters, where you go through each characters. And neither kind of is happening for this show, because even the first fight scene wasn't that spectacular, actually. There's just there's a lot of mysteries, and I want to know what they are, but I'm kind of disappointed in Metallic Rogue that it didn't catch its stride in the first episode, in the first few episodes.
There's 3 episodes. I agree with you. I think there's. I mean, I'm gonna keep up with it. We're gonna see. I'm gonna probably watch it to the end and see how it goes. But I agree with you that I think it's definitely off to a bit of a stumble at the start. Maybe not stumble. Maybe stumble's not the right word, but it's like it's off to a slow start. Basically, it's off to a
leisurely walk where I expected
leisurely
a
walk.
sprint.
Yeah, a little bit. But overall, like outside of that, I think the show's really good. Like the visuals are pretty good. It's well animated. The characters seem to be quite interesting. Like
I still like the main character, who's halfway between incompetently ditzy and very strong-willed.
Yeah, there's definitely some interesting stuff going on there. So yeah, that's.
So want to talk about Slave Soldier?
No, I mentioned before. There's not really a whole lot to talk about with that. It's just kind of more of the same, really. We get it. We're introducing more characters, but it's sort of just like, it's this. The new arc is basically the sister of the fucking blue-haired chick is a cunt, basically, and we're doing like an exhibition match tournament to show off our strength. We have to beat her. You are my slave now, so that I can use you to beat her. So and so.
Oh, this is the small expedition just outside the house, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
All right, because there's a bigger with the whole family later on.
Yeah, that's later. That's later. Yeah, this is the first one. Yeah, because we're on episode 4, right? So we're doing that, and that's basically where we're at right now. Is basically, hey, here's your tournament arc, basically, in a sense, right?
Small one
where we're gonna. Yeah, and a small one, yeah. And it did introduce the stuff that I talked about before with like, he can change the slave, different abilities based on who's controlling him. It's interesting, so and so.
Yeah.
But like I said, I don't think there's enough to really talk about just yet. I think, or at least not on an at least not for like when we want to rapid fire like this, really.
So I'm going to talk about the wrong way to use healing magic, because it kind of is going the way I expected, where the main guy in the center is just training way beyond its limits, his muscles beg for death, and then they get healed, and then he can train until they again beg for death, and then so the cycle continues. So now which is kind of interesting in the show, that the frontline healers are there to run at you at full speed, smack you in the face with healing magic and kick you either back into the front lines or back into the back lines where you can get properly treated. So he's the healers, at least in this brigade that they're in, are expected to be superhuman athletes to run to the wounded and kick them with healing magic and then go to the next one, which is, kind of, ambulance, but when they put the, but they will crash into you first and then heal you and then crash into the next one they want to heal, kind of. So even though there's all super duper buff and the group of yellow guys that look very shady are all part of the healing crew, it's kind of a unique contrast in that, the super sweaty buff guys are the people who are going to heal you.
Yeah, they're not femboys like normal healers.
Yeah.
The normal stereotypical, it's either a woman or a femboy or whatever.
Well, you see the two blondes in the upper left, right? Those are.
Yeah, I see them.
That is the femboy and the female that are healers, but they are backline healers.
Right.
People get carried over to them and they start healing. And our main protagonist guy in the middle he runs to you in front of demons to get to you.
Right.
That's the difference.
Well, all right. Well, sounds interesting enough.
Yeah.
See how it goes. So what's next? Solo leveling then?
Oh, I have free run up, but it doesn't.
Oh well, I mean, what can we say about it other than it's good?
That Fern has a lot of magic and can fire.
Ordinary offensive magic. Ordinary defensive magic. I did see an interesting tweet that kind of talked about how there is an interesting kind of concept of, how teachers influence students, because obviously Farron is being influenced by how Farron is teaching her, and basically I think it was even directly stated either in the last episode or this episode that, Farron always said that all like basic offensive defensive magic is all you really need to defeat any mage of this era or something. So that's all that Farron has like really given a shit about, right? So I think that that's an interesting idea. So that's an interesting thing that's happening in it. Other than that, no, I reckon it's just been really good.
Yeah, I did. This is the episode where I start paying attention to the OP again, because
you mentioned earlier about the
rain, right? Because Richter was standing in some rugged terrain, and the girl who was super speed is running and looking up to two flying stars, and Duncan is flying across, right across a big cliff edge and all that stuff. So it really just was, oh damn, this whole part of the show is in this part of the OP. Let me pay attention to the OP, and then at least one prediction, the certainty almost.
Barrier is going to break.
It's going to break. How, why, who, when, where? No idea, but it's going to break.
It's gonna happen.
And it's not part of the plan of those super elite class wizards, so it's going to be interesting.
Wizard people.
Do you have anything else to say?
Well, we haven't talked about solo leveling.
Yeah, but I'm freerun, I meant.
Not on freerun. No, I'm pretty
solo leveling.
Ended on that. So I am interested. I'm intrigued with the video game. It is big video game time. His life is now a video game.
And if he dies in real life, then the video game is over.
He dies in the video game if he dies in real life. So I am quite interested in how long they're going to keep the video game aspect relevant. Because something that you notice a lot in, Shield Hero and other, isekai, even though this isn't an isekai, right? But another like kind of game kai, maybe. I don't know what the correct term would be. Joe probably has a term somewhere that he's invented for it. Like game element type shows is the game element tends to be relevant for like the start of the show, and then it very quickly just kind of gets faded into the background and doesn't remain relevant, right? Log Horizon is probably one of the only ones that I can think of that does keep the video, because it's they're trapped in the MMO, and the MMO mechanics are a very core integral part of the story that's being told with Log Horizon, right?
Yeah, even though Log Horizon quickly finds ways to ignore the menus, but yeah, you're right. It keeps going on for a very long time.
It's not necessarily the menus that I'm talking about. It's the game mechanic-y aspect in general, right? So like, even though they're not showing the menus all the time in Log Horizon, it's still like, oh, there's this MMO mechanic. Oh, the MMO is not acting the same way the MMO reacted in you know what I mean? Like there's duality, and it's relevant to the story, right? And so Solo Leveling has now introduced this element where, okay, our main character is now a player, right? Quite is what it was referred to in the episode, right? So he is now a player. He has essentially gotten a skill reset, which is established by the fact that this was a very small detail that I don't know if it was in the anime, but it was something that was pointed out to me when I watched a video on it, right? Is that he was initially given a magical power grade of 12, and now he's at 10, right? So it's implied that he's basically been given a reset. And that's why he's probably healed and stuff as well, right? So he's essentially just been reset to 0, and now the game side of it, where he's seeing all of the menus and all of the stuff, is basically just, okay, now here is your quests so that you can level up and get stronger, right? And it's stuff like do push-ups, do sit-ups, do 5K runs, that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I'm interested, and then if he doesn't do them, he gets sent to the centipede dimension. He has to run away from the centipedes. So I think it's interesting, and I'm fascinated to see how long they keep the gamey element relevant. Where when are they going to stop caring about showing the fact that he has all these abilities because of the game, and it just becomes, oh, he's just OP, right? And he just goes in One Punch Man's shit, right? So I'm interested to see how it goes. I'm very, very interested. I liked the usage of the video game elements in this episode, and it's fascinating. What do you think? You got any thoughts on the old Solo?
My feeling is the video game elements are going to fade rather quickly.
I kind of have that too. I'm hoping it doesn't, but I agree with you. I think it probably will.
Yeah, just because also the nameplates thing is kind of, just how quickly those first enemies die is it's not an accurate metric of how fast the video game's elements are going to fade away. But I feel it has some kind of, correlation. Also because there was like cloaks and daggers and swords and potions and whatnot. He got a whole lot of them very quickly, and they were not mentioned or shown at all. So I assume they won't be relevant at all. So they are all going to be sold, and it's going to be revealed that he has a huge pot of money for something, or it will have be established that he kind of has a semi-infinite amount of random daggers that he can throw.
Well, he's been getting like random shit through the quests, so it's perhaps he's going to get like random, like oh look, I got a rare dagger from the quest to do a push up, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, it's possible.
That's my feeling.
So yeah, so it was. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, either it's going to be all sold off screen, and then he has a lot of money for special thing that comes later. Or it will be a kind of, Gates of Babylon that he can just call on any, low tier weapon.
I believe it is established that he has an inventory now. So
yes,
we'll see how it goes. I mean, obviously, I haven't watched the most recent episode because, because obviously fucking you know, I woke up, had my run, jumped online, you know, had a good scream, had a good scream. So yeah, so I reckon that's pretty good. I reckon. Is there anything else? I think we're pretty much.
No. Yeah, I
Is
wasn't
it-
planning on.
It's sleepy time.
It's sleepy time.
We've been going for 4 hours, so we're an
I
hour over what we usually go.
I wasn't planning. Also, the very bad thing, I woke up earlier today, so and I'm staying up later today.
Nretsews calm again. Yeah, I've calmed down. Now. I've really, because fuck me, man. Like I'm sorry, I got to that Epstein joke happened, and I'm done. That's it. I'm done being nice. Right when that happens, I'm like, no, fuck off. That's the end of it. So anyway, it's been fun. We'll catch you guys next week, probably same time, depending on schedule.
Actually, maybe not, because I will probably be on an island far away.
Oh no, you won't be on. No, you won't be on an island, Ali. Don't say that.
I will be on an island. Oh, goodbye.
See that? See that's an acceptable one.